Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful and windy day here in Dayton, Tennessee at center field. It's a matchup again between the KCU Knights and your Bryan College Lions. I'm alongside John Broyles. I'm Grayson Whaley bringing you Bryan College baseball here on this Saturday afternoon. JB, we beat them last night 11-1 in pretty convincing fashion, especially in the late innings. It's set up for another good one, another couple good ones here today.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful day for baseball. Definitely mentioned the wind. If you don't hear us for a little bit, it might be because the table was blown away. But yeah, just a beautiful day for baseball, and hoping we can get 2 more wins today.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of, let's go ahead and run through the lineups first for KCU. We'll just go 1 through 9 real quick. Cole Thomason playing center. Christian Garcia playing second, Jan Rivera playing short, Evan Juniper playing first, Noah Waltz playing third, Cameron Marucci DHing, Tucker Sorensen playing left, Cole Ottersberg playing right field, and Aiden Bevan playing catcher. On the bump for them is Elijah Spurlock. For your lines, pretty typical day for them at the office. Cosby catching, Ogg playing right, Lofton at third, Cooper at first, Dryden in center field, Prince Jr. in left field, Naparowski DHing Marquez at shortstop, and Cade Cahoon at second base to round up the starting 9. On the bump for the Lions is going to be number 8, the big lefty, Cam Harvey. So the lineups are set there, JB. What do you think?
I like the matchup. I mean, especially after last night. I mean, it was a close game through 4. They kind of got some barrels off of Tanner Moylan, but you know, in the end, we kind of had a couple big innings and kind of just pulled away. And you know, if you're the Lions, you're really just hoping to stick straight to that and you know, kind of have 2 decisive wins today and hopefully get out of here early.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're at the game, you're probably obviously not listening to this, but it is an absolutely windy day here. And if you see someone miss a fly ball, it's probably why. It's going to play a huge effect today, JB.
Yeah, no, I'd hate to be an outfielder today.
Absolutely. Cam Harvey misses with the first pitch of the game, falls behind 1-0 to Cole Thomason. Yesterday we saw Thomason really exemplify those wheels out in center field. I don't think he was on the base path too much, but he's a good leadoff hitter nonetheless. Count is 1-1 against Thomason. Just around the league for last night, if you're an AAC sports fan, Montreat beat Reinhardt 9-8. They'll face off again in a doubleheader today. And then Johnson University, they beat Point twice yesterday. The first game 9-4, and the second game 10-3. So the only conference series that the Lions have lost so far this season has been against Point. And then Johnson, who was yesterday coming into the day, was last in the conference standings, and they go out and sweep Point yesterday. A pretty big day for them.
Yeah, that's a huge. That has a lot of ramifications for the entire division right there.
Absolutely. So KCU with those two wins for Johnson yesterday, that officially puts them at the bottom of the AAC standings. They come to this game, I believe it's 13-20. Yeah, that's right, 13-20 and 3-15 in conference. Your Lions, 16th ranked team in the country. They're 22-10 on the year and 13-3 in conference. Count even 2-2 to Thomason. Here's a pitch, fastball, misses inside. Thomason working the count pretty well here, JB.
Yeah, no, I think he's fouled off about 4 pitches right here. Kind of seen everything from Cam so far.
The full count pitch. That one rings him up inside corner. Thomason thought it was ball 4, but the umpire says otherwise.
Yeah, that was pretty marginal right there. I know as Thomason kind of standing close on the plate right there, sometimes you get a little upset whenever the inside strike called just because it didn't hit you, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was probably a little bit off the plate inside, but it was good enough for strike 3. Looks like we have the 3-man umpiring crew here again on this Saturday afternoon. That's going to bring up 2-hole hitter Christian Garcia, who's playing second base today. One of their better hitters on this team. Hitting .347 on the year. That's 33 hits and 95 at-bats. Count even 1-1 to Garcia. That one misses inside. So Harvey falls behind 2-1 here. So with a few of our arms down, and Harvey was struggling a little bit early on in the season, but he's a healthy arm and he's a good pitcher, so they're going to have to rely on him today here. Big swing fouls it off.
Yeah, no, you really need Cam to get going. We even touched on it earlier in the year when our buddy Cam Fuquay was getting some starting reps. We're talking about how Cam Harvey's one of those guys you really need to get going, and down the stretch he's going to be a guy we really need.
Absolutely. The lefty comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, outside corner, lifted into no man's land. Shallow right field, and it gets down. Devin Ah is going to throw it to second, but it will not be in time. So they'll probably award that a hit. A tough play out there for Cade Cahoon. And that puts Garcia at second, runner in scoring position. Now it looks like they're going to award that as, well, they're deciding on it. They finally awarded it as an error.
That's a tough play for Cade. I know kind of at home sometimes that looks pretty easy, but that definitely is one of those anxiety-prone plays as a second baseman.
Yeah, just over the shoulder right there. It's so hard to get back there into shallow right field. And not to mention this wind, I'm sure, caused him a little trouble as well.
Yeah, it looked like it kind of came back on him right there.
Count is 1-0. This one turned on, lifted into shallow right field. Cahoon back on this one, and the wind turned it again, but he hangs in there and catches it for out number 2.
Sounds like pop-ups are a pretty good game plan today.
Yeah, they may be better than ground balls, honestly. I've always been under the mantra that I'd rather hit a ground ball than a pop-up, just because the fielder has to do two things. He has to catch the ball and throw the ball. But
oh, without a doubt, especially at this kind of level. You know, like once you start getting to the
Juniper turns on this one deep down the right field line, drifting foul.
But yeah, as you're saying it, you know, when you get to the MLB level, a ground ball should be an out. But you know, kind of NAI level or even just college in general, ground balls are usually a little bit more, you know, you got to count on a little bit more.
Absolutely. Beautiful breaking ball there from Cam Harvey. Has Juniper in the hole, no balls and a pair of strikes, 2 outs as well. Harvey comes set. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball has him waving at it for strike 3. Harvey working well in the top of the first. Gives up no hits, 1 error, no runs. We'll be back. Here in the bottom of the first, Parker Cosby leading off per usual. in the bottom of the first. Parker Cosby leading off per usual for the Lions. Watch a strike one go by. Breaking ball from Spurlock misses outside. The 1-1 pitch slides a bit too much there with a breaking ball. So Cosby will be ahead of the count, 2-1. 2-1 breaking ball, top of the zone, just misses. So Cosby way ahead here.
I feel like he's got to throw a fastball right here after throwing 3 straight balls with the curveball.
Yeah, it goes fastball high and tight, and that misses inside. So Cosby reaches. He leads the team in on-base percentage, and that'll help his cause there. It's 75 degrees here in Dayton, Tennessee, and sunny. A 23 miles an hour wind is making this a difficult day to play baseball.
Yeah, if you take a look at the flag out in right field, it is pointing dead out too.
This one lifted foul by Devin Ogg.
I guess if you're a hitter, you're like, well, at least it's not blowing 23 miles per hour in.
That's true. Of course, it's already a hitter's ballpark, and this makes it even tougher for both the pitchers in today's game.
Yeah, you got to imagine that favors Bryan even more, just because, I mean, if you look at the stats, it's, you know, Kentucky Christian's a bit more of a, you know, pass it down the line type approach, you know, lots of singles. You know, you kind of look at their on-base percentage. It matches their slugging percentage. And Bryan, we're definitely a bit more long ball tendency.
Runner takes off, looks like a pitch out. Cosby gets down and around the tag. So a stolen bag there for Cosby, puts a runner in scoring position for Devin Ogg and the Lions. Interesting move there. They let Cosby run to second, then they put a courtesy runner and Alex Rollins in.
I think they
after
did
that.
Yeah, they did that a couple times
Yeah.
last weekend too. And we were kind of making jokes about it down there, but guess he needed his cardio for the day.
Looks like the wind just kind of changing directions every which way right now. Oof. It's blowing out nonetheless, I'll tell you that much. Count even, 1-1, Rollins at second. And this pitch misses outside for Spurlock. I remember, JB, one of the first times I ever did a game here for the Lions. We didn't have the camera standing on the table, which we do now. It was out in front of us, and it fell down. I was like, my goodness. This one gets by the glove of Rivera, and they're going to hold Rollins up at third. I thought for a second Rivera was going to snag the ball and double up Rollins at second. But a single up the middle puts runners at the corners for none other than Bryson Bobo Lofton.
Yeah, I thought they were about to send Alex there, but I guess when you got a guy like Bobo hitting 496, you know, you're willing to take your chances with Rollins scoring on the next AB.
Yeah, that's true. It's almost like you want to leave as many runners on base as you can with him up at the plate.
Just kind of pad his stats almost.
Yeah, Bryson Lofton, you know, not a very good hitter. He fails over half the time, hitting 496 on the year with 15 home runs. Hope you can sense the sarcasm. He's arguably the best hitter in this conference. Leads the league in average and is second in home runs. He's got 15 jacks on the year. Had one last night. Went 5 for 5 on the day with 5 RBIs in yesterday's game as well.
Now, is that good?
No, it's actually great. Yeah, he's unbelievable.
And he's doing it against everybody. I mean, he looked great against Gwinnett. I mean, he's everywhere he goes, he just hits.
Count is 1-1. They move inside. That one misses low, however.
we were talking down. If you guys were watching the broadcast last night, I was one of the heads you see down below with the table, and we were talking last night, just like, golly, you'd imagine someone would see a batting average around 500 and eventually just start putting up a 4 and just let them stroll down to first.
There was a couple times yesterday. This one's chopped over to first, and a double play ball, and they're going to say August. Oh, he called him safe at first, but then he bangs him out at second. A run will score, but a double play there for KCU now.
That one's got me confused, I'll admit.
Lofton was trying to stay at first, but
golly.
Juniper made the play. Oh my goodness, this wind is crazy. I was going to say maybe we should be in a booth, but I think the wind would blow a booth down today.
Oh my gosh, I know. You're just talking about the camera flying down one of your first games. I'm glad they've invested in some technology to stop that.
Yeah, bungee straps. Single up the middle for Bass Cooper. So a run scored on that double play. So the Lions strike first in the first inning. They lead 1-0. Daniel Dryden up with runner on first and Bass Cooper, but 2 down. Yeah, this will blow the hair off your head.
Golly, it is letting its presence be known.
Breaking ball misses low and outside to Dryden. Count 1-0 here to Dryden. Big swing comes up empty. Count even at 1-1 in the first inning for the Lions. Thinks about it. Back pick to first. Trying to catch Cooper napping over there. So Major League Baseball got its start a couple days ago, JB, and it's been a good start to things, hasn't it?
It has been fun to watch. I might be in the minority with this opinion, but I've actually kind of enjoyed the pitch clock.
It has really sped things up, hasn't it?
I like how it's just kind of changed the game a little bit. You know, like stolen bases have become a huge thing. I was watching the Guardians play the Mariners last night. I think there's like 6 stolen bases in like the first 5 innings. There's a barrel.
This one hits a left field right at the left fielder. Good play out there from Tucker Sorensen for the 3rd out. We'll continue this conversation, JB, after the break. Your Lions leading 1-0 after 1 full inning. Five, 6, 7 for the Knights of KCU in the top of the 2nd inning. First pitch fastball right down Main Street. Noah Waltz, who DH'd in last night's game, will be playing third today, hitting fifth in the lineup. 0-1 pitch, blows it by Waltz for strike 2.
I'd like to see Cam being aggressive with that fastball today. He's been living on that inner half of the plate.
The 0-2 pitch from Harvey, waves at it, strike 3. So 1-2-3 goes Waltz for out number 1. JB, you were talking about that Guardians Mariners game, so you took advantage of the MLB TV free game of the day, huh?
I sure did. I sure did. I was trying to get that student discount thing where you can watch all of them again, but apparently that doesn't go into effect just yet. So I was
yeah, it's usually like 2/3 of the way through the season. They really promote that, but
yeah, it's a shame. But hey, it was a great game last night. Got to watch a little bit of baseball. My Yankees were off, so I had to find something to do.
Big swing there from Cameron Marucci. Marucci came in to pinch hit last night, actually, for the man who just went down swinging, Noah Waltz, and had a line drive single up the middle. So he'll try to play off of that. This one sent high into the air, but foul. It was 1-2 against Marucci. Harvey working quickly here, gets the sign from Cosby and comes set. Here's the pitch. Rings him up, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Cam Harvey and the Lions. And that brings up Tucker Sorensen, who made the last out in the bottom half of the first. So Harvey is one of those guys, a lot like Gowd was last night, who just works out of the stretch, no matter if runners are on or not. Do you like that, JB?
I've always liked that. Personally, I like doing it as a pitcher, but as a batter, I've always kind of hated it just because it kind of feels like pitcher has a leg up on trying to get the pace of play and kind of just settling into their own kind of groove. I know you've always been more of a wind-up kind of guy.
Well, if you're Tanner Moylan, you can use the wind-up and still do that pace of play thing you're talking about. So 3 straight strikeouts, this one on the ground, so they'll have to complete it over at first, and they do that. So back-to-back-to-back strikeouts, 1, 2, 3 go the Knights, and we'll see you in the bottom half of the second. Welcome back. If you're a Bryan College fan, then visit the Bryan Lions website today. You can find sports schedules, rosters, recruiting news, and more. Again, visit the Bryan Lions website today. Bradley Prince leading it off for the Lions in the bottom of the second. And actually, I was talking a little bit to both Coach Clint McCauley and Coach Cody Reinhardt before the game as I was getting to hear their thoughts behind making this lineup, and they're really debating on what to do with 5, 6, 7 there. And last night you saw Ogg, Lofton, Cooper, and Prince, 4 back-to-back there,
Mm-hmm.
4 straight lefties. Of course, Cooper the switch hitting, so he can hit either way. But it really made a nightmare for Sam Gowd, being a righty, having to face 4 lefties in a row like that. But they ended up splitting it up a little bit and putting Dryden in there between Cooper and Prince.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gauntlet just kind of going through all those different guys. I mean, it definitely helps whenever a team like Kentucky Christian will just foul. Team like Kentucky Christian, who seems to have a majority of right arms, I guess that's fairly normal to begin with. But yeah, no, that's always interesting to see. I know Brad and Kiko have been kind of getting some opportunities together where they'll kind of platoon in these kind of situations.
Yeah, exactly. You're exactly right. You're right about the right-handed throwers, but for the Lions, it's been a little bit of a different narrative this year, hadn't it? At one point of the season, we had all lefty starters. When you had Moylan, Cam Fuquay, and Cam Harvey, I think they had one weekend where they all went together. So all 3 lefties, of course.
Yeah, even with Buffington kind of coming in there as a longer relief guy.
Strike 3 called. Punch him out on the backdoor breaker. So, yeah, we have a really lefty-heavy staff. At least it seems that way. You have those guys that I mentioned along with Chris Bain, who's a late relief guy.
Kind of serves as the closer, I guess.
Yeah, him and Jared Price are kind of interchangeable in that role, I think. So Naparowski up at the dish. Front door breaker just doesn't open it quite enough. Of course, you have a lot of good right-handed throwers on this team. I imagine at some point in the day we'll see both Jacob Allman and Jacob Hamilton in some form or fashion.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if Allman's penciled in to start the second game. That's kind of what my own opinion, which doesn't matter that much. That's my own opinion on the second game at least.
Naparowski sends this one deep into left field. That's caught up in the jet stream and out of here. The solo shot for Owen Naparowski puts the Lions up 2-0 in the second.
That one didn't need the wind's help.
No. I think that was gone if wind was blowing in.
Yeah, no, he got every stitch of that ball.
So 1 down. The solo shot from Naparowski brings up Danny Marquez, who really got the hit party started last night in the 5th inning with a solo shot, and Cade Cahoon followed it up with a back-to-back jack.
Yeah, no, Danny was flirting with a couple bombs, too. I mean, I think he hit a couple foul and definitely wearing out that warning track yesterday.
Yes, he was. First pitch misses low to Marquez. Spurlock comes set. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And that breaking ball apparently misses inside.
I feel like that's got to be tough on Spurlock right there. Make a pretty good pitch after giving up a bomb.
2-0 fastball. That one misses as well. So he's behind in the count 3-0. Giving the green light here.
I feel like you got to.
I don't feel like there's many times where this Coach Matt gives the take sign, is there?
Yeah, not too often. I don't think we're worried about working the pitch count too much.
So the base on ball is there for Marquez. Brings up 9-hole hitter Cade Cahoon. He tallied his 2nd home run of the year last night, as we just mentioned, in the 5th inning.
He's been showing some more pop lately. I know
he really has.
Sometimes he gets a little bit made fun of because he's got that, again, kind of that warning track power sometimes. But, he's got 2 bombs on the year, and he's been looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's been taking a healthy dose of big hacks this season.
Yeah, especially with Dante out. It's nice to kind of see him step up because, last year he kind of came in as the starting shortstop and has kind of had to find a role and work on his own.
This one's sent out to center field. That sends Thomason back just in front of the warning track. And that'll send Marquez back to first with the 2nd out. Lineup flips over, and there's Parker Cosby with 2 down. Harvey comes set. I think the technical difficulties lasted a little longer than we thought, JB. If the screen paused on you, if our stream stopped, it was just that one run, the solo shot from Naparowski that got the Lions their singular run in the second inning. So again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. The wind is causing more trouble than you can imagine right now if you're watching.
Yeah, I believe all that you guys would have missed is that Danny Marquez stole a base, Parker got hit by a pitch, and then Og eventually struck out on a 1-2 count.
Yeah, that should have you caught up. Hopefully everything is working as it should be right now. Count is 1-2 here. Stays alive at the plate. That's Cole Ottersberg. We did not see Ottersberg yesterday, but he's in the lineup at the 8-hole spot and playing right field for the Knights in this one. Fastball misses outside. Ottersberg's a freshman outfielder, batting 178 on the year. That's 8 hits at 45 at bats. That one misses and fills up the count. 3-2.
Kind of have we talked with Johnson in the past. Kentucky Christian definitely seems one of those younger teams that we've kind of talked about how trying to get some guys some playing time and some more reps at a good level in conference games.
Absolutely. It's always important for those young teams to get guys like Ottersberg and some other young guys, some of these conference reps. We saw last year, JB, me and Drew Rogers talked about this in, I guess, yesterday's game about how the team that we have now is really not much different than last year. It's just guys that kind of have some experience under their belt. Now as they come to the game, or come into this year, guys like Devin Ogg and Daniel Dryden, Bradley Prince Jr., and even Danny Marquez and Cade Cahoon, all guys in the starting lineup that were really playing for the first time for the Lions last year. So it's, obviously it's a different narrative this year than it was last year. We've almost matched the win total already.
Yeah, just a lot more consistent reps from every single one of them. One thing I will note is that, the pitching staff, in terms of, how similar it is to last year, it's very similar, at least in my opinion, where, Cam Harvey, he's a guy we've seen for 3 years now. Tanner Moylan, for better part of 2 years, has kind of been that Friday night starter type role for us. Even, the Jacob Buffingtons and Almonds of the world have been guys that we've been kind of counting on down the stretch the past couple years.
Yeah, absolutely. Harvey's working well in this one. Back-to-back strikeouts again. I believe that's 5 in a row.
Also pretty good.
That'll play, won't it?
Yeah, that'll play. I bet I'd imagine Bevan right there is a little upset about that inside corner. But I believe he's also the catcher, so I'm sure he might let the umpire hear about that next inning if he doesn't get it.
So an error there by Cahoon in the first inning is the only thing keeping Harvey away from perfection as he worked through the lineup for the first time.
But we won't mention that.
Lineup is flipped over to Cole Thomason. One 0 pitch, just misses low and inside. So through the lineup the first time, Cam Harvey 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, no, looked really good. Just really pounding the zone with the fastball.
We'll see as if they face him for the second time, if there's anything they caught on to. He looks like he's on his A game today, though.
Without a doubt. I believe the only guy he really attacked with his slider was Juniper, also one of the only lefties they have in their lineup, though.
3-0 to Thomason. That one misses high, so he'll reach with the base on balls with 2 outs. And usually those 2-out free passes come back to bite you. We'll see if Harvey can prevent that from happening here, though.
Yeah, pitching coach's nightmare right there.
Yeah, especially with bases empty. Christian Garcia at the plate. He chops this one over to Lofton. Good play over there. He's just going to take the easy out at second for the final out of the inning. So no hits. Only runner was with the free pass with 2 down. And your score remains 2-0, Lions leading. So the talk of the town, Bryson Lofton will lead it off for the Lions. It's a good day for KCU because he's on with nobody on, or he's up with nobody on, and a single into right field. No surprise there.
I mean, only a single. That's just, it's just lazy. You know, lazy AB doesn't really care, I guess. Got to start that cycle somewhere, maybe.
That's got to propel him over the 500 mark, I think.
I feel like it has to. It's been nice seeing him kind of get some more national acclaim. I saw the NAIA ball tweet something out about our game last night and saying to put him on a watch list because, you know, you start hitting above 500. People usually do that.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking, as I mentioned earlier, Coach Reinhardt down there, and he brought up Cole Turney for Cumberland. That guy's almost hitting 600 on the year with 21 home runs for like 26 games or something.
Yeah, no, I watched the game, both games that we played them, and he's just, you know, you talk about guys who look different, who just act different. He's one of those guys that just, you know, kind of like Bobo. Like when he comes up to the plate, everything kind of just gets a little quieter.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Everyone kind of is tuning in a little bit more intently.
Exactly right. Yeah, if Spurlock and the Knights can hold them to singles all day long, they'll be doing pretty good.
Yeah, something tells me Bobo wouldn't hate a 4-for-5 day or a 5-for-5 day though.
Good breaking ball there for Spurlock. The count 1-2. This one poked through the 6-hole. Good at bat there for Bass Cooper. That moves up Lofton to second. They'll be working pad to pad here. You're talking about how there's more stolen bases in Major League Baseball now. And I love what Alex Cora said about those new bases. They look like pizza boxes. That's got to have something to do with it, though. It makes that base path a little bit shorter.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I do think you know, we've kind of talked about in the past how many times you can pick over. I do think that kind of plays a little bit of a role because, you know, I'd imagine as a pitcher or yourself in general, like if you get limited to 2 pickoffs or 3 pickoffs and you got to get the guy on the third, you get a little bit more hesitant to throw over there, and you get a Stephen Kwan on the base or anyone that's got some wheels. It's got to be even further on the back of your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, not to mention you can't even hold a guy for a long time either with that pitch clock. I mean, the pitch clock, like you said, it's nice for the fan experience. It really does speed up the game, but it's a nightmare for pitchers.
Yeah, no, it definitely helps move the game along, helps speed up some more action in the game. Well,
that one down the line. That one has double written all over it. Lofton will score. It's in the corner, and they're going to hold up Dryden. No, he's going to run through the stop sign. Or that's Dante Morton that was on the base path there for Bass Cooper, actually. And the 2 RBI double there for Daniel Dryden has him rolling. And the Lions score 2.
Great piece from Dryden right there. I was about to say, last time he was up, I was trying to look for his statistics. He's just been one of those guys who's kind of had a little bit of ebbs and flows over the course of the season, but he's been there the entire time and keeping that batting average pretty high, and he always finds a way to put good swings on balls.
Yeah, Dante Morton surprised me. I didn't catch it that he came in for Bass Cooper on the base paths there. Of course, it was actually pretty big for him to be on because they scored 2.
Yeah, something tells me Bass doesn't rumble, tumble, stumble his way into home on that double.
Bradley Prince Jr. up. Yeah, Daniel Dryden needed that double to kind of get things rolling again. And we've talked about it several times, JB. He was one of the hottest bats in this lineup at the beginning of the season. He went cold there for a little bit, but now he's just kind of consistently finding his like 1 for 3 days.
Yeah, I think he lined out to left in his first AB, and I feel like he's been kind of caught by that kind of a bit of an unlucky bug lately. But, you know, I just like that he puts forward, you know, competitive ABs, and sometimes he gets a little out of himself, trying to do a little too much, trying to find that hot streak again. But I really like what I've seen from him lately.
Count 2-1 against Bradley Prince Jr. Shot into center field.
Good
Thomason
read.
in on it. It gets down, and they're going to score Daniel Dryden with a single from Bradley Prince.
That was a good read by Dryden to go ahead and take off on that. That was one of those those in-between line drives.
Well, he's the guy to know if that ball is going to get down. He plays center field out there.
Yeah, he's also very aggressive on the base path. I swear, I think I talked to him about 100 times about how much he wants to steal home one time.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. So Naparowski homered earlier today. I tell you, when Bradley Prince hits the baseball, it looks like it's in a simulation. It just looks the same every time.
It's like Wii Sports. Yeah.
It's just a line drive, like head high.
Yeah, even his home runs kind of stay just about a little over head high, but yeah, no, it's he just duplicates it. I love his approach at the plate. I know we try to get him to pull the ball a little bit more, but he definitely just kind of hits it all fields.
He's surprisingly a pretty aggressive base runner as well.
Yeah, that kind of goes unnoticed on his stat cord or his stat record.
He's got 9 stolen bags on the year. That's third on the team, just behind Dante Morton and Parker Cosby.
I believe he came in as a catcher, too. Ooh, that just ate him up.
Bad hop for Rivera. So what appeared to be a possible double play ball gets through the infield.
I'd imagine they'll call that a hit, but
yeah, that's just a miserable play to try to make it shortstop.
Yeah, you got to kind of commit on a really short hop or a really long hop, and just, sometimes you get caught in the middle.
That hop probably doesn't happen if we're playing on an all-turf field, though.
Yeah, no, it's at least limited. Sometimes you get those ones that just kind of skip on you,
yeah.
But it definitely helps a little bit.
We're traditionalists here at Bryan, not by choice.
By budget.
I've talked to the coaches several times about how they'd love an all-turf infield. It makes maintenance a little easier, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was blessed to go to a high school that had an all-turf infield. And let me tell you, coming here and having to do tarp duty whenever it's 20 degrees and snowing or sleeting,
yeah.
You start missing that turf a little bit.
The 0-1 pitch called a strike.
Okay.
It appeared to be a little high and outside, but the count is 0-2 nonetheless.
We were talking about the pitch clock earlier, and I just want to say one other thing. I really hope they make some kind of distinction for the playoffs this year.
Yes.
I would hate, like I've seen that video. I'll wait for this pitch.
This one through the 6-hole, and they're going to hold Prince up at third, but that'll have the bases juiced for Cade Cahoon.
I'd imagine they get a pitcher rolling right here. Bases loaded, no one out.
Yeah, really nothing too extreme either. It's just kind of single here, single there. And now we have the bases juiced after 3 runs have already been scored in this third inning. It's putting KCU in a pretty difficult position.
But yeah, with the pitch clock, I've seen that video of Bryce Harper's home run last year, and then they act like he gets struck out because it took him like 45 seconds to get in the box. I'd hate for moments like that to kind of get limited, but I've loved its results so far.
Well, the pitch clock ended up hurting my fantasy team the other day. I have Rafael Devers on my team, and he got struck out by the pitch clock the other day.
Ah, I understand why you're in against it then. Yeah, no,
it's just personal.
It just means more. I mean, you're trying to beat one of our teammates here.
Looks like they have the corners in middle infield in double play depth. Good breaking pitch there for Spurlock. Spurlock came into today's game with a 3.66 ERA. Of course, that'll be changed just a little bit. And that pitch catches the pant leg of Cade Cahoon.
That wind helped him.
So that flips the lineup over. Bases loaded, still no outs. And I tell you what, when the bases are loaded and the top of the lineup is up, it's you got to wonder. Your coach has got to be thinking, how in the world can we get the bat into Bryson Lofton's hands?
You got to like your chances right now. I agree with them going to the bullpen here too, especially a pant leg hit by pitch with the bases loaded to get back to the top of the lineup. That's got to be demoralizing right there if you're the pitcher. Not even that it's your fault, just that just kind of victim circumstance.
Yeah, so tough day for Elijah Spurlock. Gives up 8 hits, 6 runs, And they're going to go to the pen pretty early here today. Comes out of the game with no outs, so really goes 2+ innings. The base is all juice for this relief pitcher. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for more baseball action here in Dayton, Tennessee. Base is juiced. Dylan Nolan into the game. Maybe Nowlin. Is Nowlim.
They don't give us the enunciation.
No intern in our ears telling us.
Not yet. We're working on it.
It's coming. We're going to, here the next year or two, maybe we'll get some new camera angles and all kinds of cool stuff.
Anti-wind device.
Regardless, relief pitcher in is going to have his share of troubles with the bases loaded top of the lineup.
Oh.
And Parker Cosby sends this one deep to left field. It's drifting and gone! The Grande Slame for Parker Cosby and the Lions. That adds 4 more to the total.
Well, that's a rough way to start your day.
So I talked about getting the bat into the hands of Lofton, but Parker Cosby shut me up and said, how about I do the work?
Yeah, that's a rough decision right there. You try to bring in that lefty to get Og, kind of we talking about the lefty-heavy lineup that we have, and, you get bit by the only righty in the top of the lineup.
That kind of day for KCU. Breaking ball to Devin Og. Og seems to hit pretty well against lefties too, though. The 0-1 pitch rolled over to the second baseman. That's Christian Garcia over there for out number 1.
Yeah, I think Og gets a little happy when he sees that he doesn't have to just face 25 changeups every AB.
So Bryson Lofton up with the bases empty again. A 6 spot already put up in the bottom of the third gives the Lions a 10-0 lead.
I'd probably just challenge him right here. He's probably not looking fastball.
They go breaking ball for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch from Nowlin, that misses low. So they have Dante Morton on deck. He came in to pinch run for Bass Cooper.
I see his hamstring is getting healthy.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see him kind of finding his way back into back into on the playing field. That's for sure.
I know that. Oh,
Bryson Lofton sends it deep down the right field line, but it's foul.
I saw chalk.
And had home run distance, probably 10 or so feet, foul. So digs back in for the 2-2 count. This one fouled off. I'm going to say it's just interesting to me, though, at this time, now that the lefty is up, that Bass Cooper seemingly hitting better from the right side this year. He won't get that opportunity. I'm sure he's wishing he was. 2-2 pitch misses low. However, it's always good, especially with a 10-run lead, to get someone like Dante Morton some at-bats as they try to work off of an injury.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's a great situation for Dante to kind of get comfortable, you know, not having to bust it too hard, just because I know those hamstring injuries can be super annoying.
This one lifted into the air, flirting with foul territory. And, man, the wind just took it away there from Noah Waltz at third.
But, yeah, to your point, yeah, no, I'm sure Bass is kind of kicking himself, wishing he could get up there right now, because I know we've kind of talked about the limit on how many lefties we've faced this year. And it seems that every time he's up there hitting righty, he's just been raking.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The count is full to Bryson Lofton. This one snagged over there by Juniper. So it looked like another single down the line, taken away from Evan Juniper at first. So Dante Morton getting his first at-bat in a long time. He'll be facing the lefty and Allen here. That one right down Main Street for strike one.
The wind seems to be really letting up now, so that's good. Kind of just settling in. As we're holding on to the laptop to make sure it doesn't fly away.
I'm just waiting for the net to fall in, break through, and suspend action here.
The other day before our game on Wednesday, I was hitting on the field with some of the guys, and we had a screen behind it. Sure enough, fell over, hit me straight in the head.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, fun times. Nothing up there to hurt, so it's all good.
Deuces Wild on top of the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 down. The pitch from Nowlin, shot to right field. So a good 2-out single there for Dante Morton.
Regardless of the hamstring, the swing still looks good.
He's a natural.
I think he was hitting well over 300 the last time he was playing.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He was hitting 338 on the season. That number will tick up a little bit with that single there.
Well, what's impressive about Bryan is that, you know, we lose a guy like Dante, and it's been. Oof.
This one sent into left
Get
field,
out.
caught up in the jet stream and gone. The 2-run shot for Daniel Dryden, his 9th of the year. And the Lions closing in on 70 total home runs for the season as a team.
It's a pretty good benchmark to live at. Golly. Yeah, I will say, and I'm not, and you know, if Dryden asks me later, I will not admit it. I think the wind might have helped a little bit on that one. That was still a well-pieced ball, but I think that got a little bit up in that jet stream that we're talking about.
Yeah, it definitely caught a lot of barrel, but it might have just been a double off the warning track or something. But stat sheets don't have pictures on them, so it all counts the same.
Hey.
And how about a 10-run third inning for the Lions?
I think it's Earl Weaver that said the key to winning baseball is good pitching, good defense, and 3-run bombs. Or I feel like 10-spot innings got to be up there in that too.
That one misses in the turf to Prince. as well. I made the mention that we're closing in on 70 home runs. Actually, with that home run from Dryden, we just hit the 70 mark on the season through 32 plus games. Pretty impressive. Over 2 home runs per game. That's pretty nice to have.
Sounds like me in the show. That's all I'm saying. That's incredible. I mean, last year we really struggled kind of getting started, and halfway through the year we started getting hot and kind of got hot by conference tournament. This year, just the entire year, we've just really been putting together really good ABs, and I know we have 70 home runs now, but it's just, we've been doing it from all different sides from the plate.
Count all full to Bradley Prince. Hit over there to Garcia in shallow right field, a little bit of a shift on. Good enough for the third out. And finally, for KCU, they get out of this inning, but not before giving up a 10 spot. And the Lions take a 12-0 lead heading into the fourth.
All right, I got you. Oh. Looks like we're back on. Sorry about that.
So 12-0 lead for the Lions of Bryan. It'll be 3-4-5 for the KCU Knights. That's Rivera, Juniper, Waltz.
If you heard us mentioning a couple things, that's my bad. I accidentally clicked something. We're just talking about fantasy baseball. The important stuff in life.
That's right.
We both have Nathan Eovaldi going against the Phillies, so if anyone's out there, hope for the best for the Rangers today.
1-1 pitch from Harvey. Out of the glove of Lofton. And the play cannot be made. So that'll be the first base runner in a while for KCU.
Broke up the no-no.
Unless they just decide to throw an error up there on the board.
I say go for it. They're hesitating.
They are hesitating. They did. They gave the error to Bryson Lofton.
Oh, wow. Never doubted it.
Keeps the no-hitter intact. Of course, in baseball, you have the luxury of having those scores decisions.
If you're Rivera there, you got to be a little, chapped, I guess is a good way to put it. I'd be a little upset if that got counted as an error.
Hit the ball pretty hard, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he earned that, and I think Bobo, he did a good job just keeping it in the infield, honestly. If I'm Bobo, I might be a little upset about that as well.
That one just misses off the corner. The 1-1 pitch to Juniper, fouled off towards the dugout.
I think we might see that slider in this situation. He got him in that first AB on, I think it was 3 consecutive sliders.
Yeah, he had him fooled a little bit. That one fouled off as well, so Juniper staying alive.
Look at Darwin running around. Nice to see him without a sling on.
Yeah,
it's the
for
first
real.
time in a couple months.
Yeah, trying to rehabilitate that shoulder into health. Not to mention that this team's doing what they're doing without a slugger like Darwin Gregg in the lineup is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it would be fun to kind of be able to insert him back in the lineup, even if it was just a DH role or anything like that. Just right now, that Darwin's bat makes an impact wherever he's at. It's a good slider there from Cam to get him.
So that's his 8th strikeout of the day.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to go and check. Yeah, he's at 51 pitches and 1 walk and 8 strikeouts. That's a pretty good day at the office. I also like the pace he's been working at. I know I feel like the most time when Cam runs in some trouble is whenever he's not working at a quick tempo or anything.
Yeah, when he just kind of gets up there and rocks and fires is usually when he's at his best. He's kind of had the freedom to do that, too. He's had a lot of success so far throughout the day.
Yeah, 12-0 kind of makes it a little bit more comfortable, too, I'm sure. But
that's very true. Come set, here's a 2-0 pitch.
Got a couple arms for Kentucky Christian going down to the bullpen, it appears. Or at least an arm and a companion.
A 3-0 fastball in there for strike 1 to Noah Waltz. 12-0 seems out of reach, especially against the second best team in the AAC. But if you're Kentucky Christian, you can't give up on the day because you have another one after this. So an opportunity to, at the very least, carry some momentum, and you never know what can happen when you start cutting away at a lead.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of just been facing a tsunami right now. I mean, if you look back at the first 4 innings of the last game, they out-hit us. I mean, against Tanner, they put some really good swings on him, had some nice backside barrels as we get another walk right there. Just finding anything where you just, scrap this game or whatever it may be, or find a way to make it somewhat competitive and just find a way that next game just get one. Just find a way to get one win and see where that gets you.
Yeah, when you can sneak one by a top-ranked team, it's always nice, especially as you come to the final few weekends of conference play. My goodness, that's just a leaf smacked me right in the face.
It's trying to take me out.
That kind of day. Yeah, one pitch to Marucci, fouled off. Count 0-2 against Marucci. 2 runners on, a good opportunity for KCU to scratch a run across. I'd love to see Cam Harvey just kind of get through this inning. He's been working so well, just finding a little bit of trouble with his location in this one.
Yeah, he looks like he's just losing a little bit of the feeling for it. Hasn't really thrown a good slider in a couple innings here, but I mean, he's really just been living with that fastball. That might come back.
This one fouled off into the stands,
goodness.
and my goodness, and nearly caught a couple of the young kids there watching the game. That wind did blow it back. You could see it. I mean, it looked like it was going to come up here well behind the dugout. It almost came back into fair territory. Nonetheless, still 1-2 against Marucci.
But yeah, to your point, I think would be really great if we can get Cam through this inning. Ideally, you'd like to see him throw a 5th as well, get in line for that win. It's a good slider there from him, though.
Marucci fouls that one off, stays alive.
He is one of those guys that's had the most innings on the team, though. I know it's kind of him, Moylan, and everyone else kind of fills in behind that with 15 or so, but I know he's up there with around 30 now.
1-2 pitch. This one's going to fall in front of Prince in left field. They'll hold the runner up in Rivera at third. So the base is juiced, and that'll play officially now as the first hit of the game for KCU.
Yeah, if we find a way to give that an air, I mean, that is some creative scoring.
I think that'd just be lying. That's funny. They took the hit. They took the error off the board.
Oh, come on.
And gave it 2 hits now. So they counted that first that scorer's decision. Now they just changed it to a hit.
Must have been an honest mistake, completely accidental.
So base is juiced here. Tucker Sorensen at the plate, fouls it off.
Can't take the error off the board, but I will add a hit. If it'll let me. There we
go. 0-2 pitch. Looks like Cosby and Harvey were not on the same page there.
Yet another reason I'm not a catcher. It takes a brave man.
Yeah, those are the ones that'll bend your thumb back a little bit.
Especially with Cam's heavy fastball. Sorensen's just going to stay in the box. Some kind of trick play we got going on here, I guess. I have not seen that before. I've seen pitchers stay on the mound during a batter's time, but
never a hitter, huh?
Hey, why not?
To each their own, apparently.
Feeling good.
The 1-2 pitch, lefty on lefty. They go back to the fastball. This one in the turf.
There he is, staying right there.
Truly is a good day for baseball, though. I mean, despite the wind, 75 and sunny, and hardly a cloud in the sky either. This one nubbed foul.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect day for 2. What is it, Ernie Banks? Let's play 2, or I can't remember the exact quote or something like that. But it is, take away the wind, and it would be 72 and sunny right now. But it is, with or without the wind, it's just a beautiful day.
Breaking ball lifted into shallow left field.
That's trouble. Hey.
Lofton, great play on it behind third base for out number 2. So an out away from straining all the runners on the bags here.
I thought that might end up floating back to Danny on that one.
It pound did, didn't it? It's just that kind of day, JB. It's throw it up in the air and it could end up anywhere.
Kind of hold, cross your fingers and hope.
Blows it by Ottersberg there. One pitch, that one misses up. Count 1-1. Ottersberg swings at this one, comes up empty. Scoreboard is wrong at home. It's really 12-0 Lions. Count is 1-2 with 2 down. So the technical difficulties continue, but so does Cam Harvey. Strands all the runners on the bags. The score remains 12-0 heading into the bottom of the 4th. We'll try to get these technical difficulties sorted out, and we'll be back. Naparowski at the plate for the Lions. Home run earlier in the DH spot. Probably see him behind the dish if I was a gamble man, JB.
I think that's a pretty safe bet.
That one from Nallen just misses. So they keep the lefty out there to face these 3 righties in a row, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're just trying to get some kind of substantial innings out of him. Obviously, he's not going to probably throw in back-to-back games, but I'm just trying to hope he can get some outs against these righties now.
Naparowski sends this one into right field. It gets down. So the leadoff single for Naparowski keeps the Lions roaring here in the bottom of the 4th.
So we didn't get the technical difficulties figured out. We're getting our best people on it at the moment, but we will keep you updated if we can figure something out on that. And until then, it is still 12-0 Bryan.
No outs in the bottom of the 4th. Dylan Nallen still in the game, the lefty for KCU. That one misses low. Good block there from Bevan. Naparowski over there at first, and they're giving Bevan a second. Looks like he's a little shaken up behind the dish. Might have taken that one under the chest protector. Allen comes set. Here's the pitch. That one catches inside corner.
It's a dangerous spot to live on, Danny.
Yeah, I wouldn't test the waters too much there. Keeping the runner close over there at first. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Lifted high into the air. It should be foul. And it is. The count moves to 1-2. Still no outs in the bottom of the 4th for the Lions.
He is a king of those elevator shaft pop-ups.
Yes, he certainly is. Apologize if you only heard wind there. Yeah, he likes to send the ball into the air, that's for sure. He sends this one into the air, deep to left field. Not a shot. The ballpark holds that one. Gone! Splashes into the pond. The 2-run shot for Danny Marquez.
We kind of mentioned it on Owen's bomb. He got every stitch of that. That win does not matter. Oh, my gosh.
So the 71st home run for the Lions through 32.5 games. Off the bat of Danny Marquez this time. So 14-0 after that 2-run bomb here in the 4th inning. And the woes continue for KCU. So apparently the danger's at the bottom of the order. A bomb from Naparowski earlier, and now Danny Marquez sends one out of the field as well. KCU just can't catch a break, JB.
Yeah, no, the entire lineup's just been really unrelenting all day. I mean, you know, you had Parker with that grand slam, but that was all with the bottom of the lineup on there. You know, obviously Bobo's doing his thing. Even Bass is, I think he had a couple hits backside. Dante with his pinch hit backside single as well. It's just kind of everywhere you go, it's a hard out.
Count 1-2. Winds it up. Fires it in there. Ball misses high and tight. Count square 2-2. This one into left field. And this one is gone as well. So back-to-back Jackson, back-to-back days. How about that dynamic duo of Danny Marquez and Cade Cahoon?
Tell you what, you get your bottom of the lineup to go back-to-back every day, and it becomes a lot easier to figure out that 6, 7, 8, 9 that we were talking about earlier.
I bet the Lions wouldn't mind hitting 12 guys. This lineup is riddled with good hitters, but not only that, There's some really good hitters that aren't even in this lineup that are sitting on the bench over there. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some pitch hits from some of those guys we're referring to.
Yeah, I'd love to see Kiko get an AB here in a minute here.
So that extends the lead 15-0. It's turning into a slugfest here at center field. We expected that with the wind, but most of these bombs, maybe outside of Daniel Dryden's, I think were gone without the wind anyway. Cade Cahoon's might have caught the jet stream a little bit too, but regardless, 15-0. Your Lions leading. We're going to take a short break. We're trying to get these technical difficulties still worked out. I think we got our man JB on it, but we're going to take a break and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. Cosby back up after a new pitcher in for KCU. How about this as we go through the innings? A 1 spot in the first, a 1 spot in the second, a 10 spot in the third, and already a crooked number up in the fourth as well with no outs.
Yeah, I don't want to be cruel to Kentucky Christian, but if Bryan's hitting BP and we're up 15-0, that's a good day. I mean, scoring 15 runs off BP. That's just really some good ABs put forth and a lot of good hitting. It's a little contagious right now, it looks.
Yeah, it seems to be that kind of thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We saw that yesterday too. Sam Gouch shut us down in the first 4 innings, but all it took was Danny Marquez and Cade Cahoon to get us rolling, and then that bat just kept passing down the line.
Kind of just snowballed from there. Looks like we're going to get pinch hit AB from Rollins.
Oh, that's good. I like to see that.
Cool.
This is number 34, Ben Hargrove into the game for KCU. Three-one pitch lifted into left field. It's back up against the wall. Cosby going for 2, and he'll make it easily the stand-up double for Parker Cosby, his second extra base hit of the game. So Alex Rollins into pinch hit for Devin Ogg. He's not had too many at-bats. He's usually kind of a defensive specialist coming in the later innings of the game to seal things up in the outfield.
I've told him many times, he usually gets my bomb card of the day just out of courtesy. Like every time, I swear. Like last year, he'd pinch hit, double off the wall every time. I felt it coming for a while.
Could be right now. He's got a nice lefty on righty matchup. That one misses high to Rollins.
For those of you who do not know, Alex is also a poet.
Yeah, he is a poet.
He has his own poetry page, so we'll go ahead and see if we can get that sponsored.
This one lifted into left field, the fairly deep left field. It's back, and the left fielder does not make the play. So it drops behind him, and the wind continues to show its face in this game. Man, I tell you, Alex Rollins was really close to lucking into his first home run of his college career.
I tried to put that out there. I was trying. I tried everything I could, Alex. I'm sorry.
He really threw it into the air, and the wind did the rest. Tucker Sorensen, tough day out there in left field, buddy.
Yeah, no, you got to feel bad for him out there, and just sometimes when it rains, it pours. If you're out there for Kentucky Christian right now.
So both runners in scoring position. About the last guy you'd like to see up is Bryson Lofton, but that's who Ben Hargrove is going to have to face. Front door breaker freezes Lofton. Hargrove comes set. Infield is in here. The 0-1 pitch dotted up on the low outside corner for strike two. I like Hargrove's approach here against Lofton.
Yeah, more people should try it.
I don't know what he goes to here.
I feel like he'd probably try to go back to the off speed. That would be my best bet, at least. Maybe.
It's probably what I would do, at least. He goes fastball. This one lifted into shallow left field. It's drifting, and it's just foul. And Sorensen struggling out there and left with the swirling wind.
Yeah. I don't think it's all his fault either.
No.
You could put Mike Trout out there, and he might be having similar difficulties.
Well, we're having difficulties just keeping a table standing.
Getting our score, our score bug, and yeah.
So still 0-2 against Lofton. Hargrove gets the sign. Comes set, here's the pitch, another breaker, and has Lofton waving at it for strike three. I love the attack there from Ben Hargrove, and sits down the best hitter in this lineup.
Yeah. Probably should bench him now. I mean, he's now got his batting average under 500. I mean, it's just, just getting a little unacceptable.
So Bass Cooper, he's going to enjoy hitting from the right side. I can almost put a bet on that one. It's been a while since he's gotten to hit from that right side. That will miss his high and outside. I'd imagine KC would love to have Hargrove just run through some innings here.
Yeah, just find a way to get some outs. I mean, that's a huge first out here.
This one lifted foul back behind home plate.
Especially in that answer to the error out there and left. I mean, it's just, you come out of the bullpen, the first thing you do is you give up an error like that. It's got to be a bit of a backbreaker, and then to find a way to come back and make 3 or 4 competitive pitches to Bobo to get him out. I mean, that's usually a pretty good sign for your outing.
This one is lifted into left field. The wind's going to catch it and going to take it right on out of here. The 3-run bomb for Bass Cooper. It's just a tough day for KCU.
We talked about righty Bass right there, and he did it again. Golly, that's I can't say the wind helped that one enough. I don't want to put that out there because Bass has definitely got the juice in the tank to hit it about anywhere in the ballpark out. But golly, again, when it rains, it pours.
18-0 for the Lions. I didn't even realize Cam Fuquay was on the base paths there.
He'll forgive us.
That's Bass Cooper's 9th of the season. Daniel Dryden swings and misses. They're coming in close, JB, to the record that they set it against Lindsey Wilson earlier in the year. That's their 6th home run of the day.
I was about to say, that count's got to be getting up there.
1-0 pitch off the end of the bat to Garcia at second. Good play out there for the second out.
Just did the JB special. The corkscrew off the end of the bat. Yeah, no, there's been 2 times where I've been sitting down there at the table where I've been jealous of you guys sitting up here. That Lindsey Wilson game where we hit 10 bombs, I was just thinking, golly, it's got to be fun to be up there. And then last week with Bobo's 4 home run game,
goodness.
I was like, I don't even know what you say. I feel like I just stop talking and be like, yep, we'll just.
There's been so many times, when you're doing this broadcast thing, you kind of prepare like situations. What happens if someone hits a home run here? What's the call going to be? Just kind of trying to get ready. Well, it's not worked this season because the moment that I think of something else, I run out of it because Bryson Lofton hits another home run. So 4 home runs in last week's game. I mean, what do you say after so many?
Ooh, that's got a chance.
This one lifted into center field. It's going back, and that one's gone. Bradley Prince Jr. doing what it takes. The 7th home run of the day for the Lions. That gives them a 19-0 lead. That's just, what can you say?
I mean, we're just talking about it right there. I mean, you don't go into the game being like, okay, so on the 7th bomb, here's what I'm going to say. It's just we're just swinging it all across the lineup. And I like we're getting Kiko and AB here for napkin after having the 3-for-3 day.
And Aporowski's had a heck of a day. He's got a home run on the day as well, but Kiko Garcia will be at the plate. See what he can do against this lefty in Hargrove. Fastball outside, corner, strike 1.
Yeah, I was getting ready to make the joke. I was like, yeah, Bobo just hitting 4 in 1 game is just kind of selfish, kind of takes away from your job. But sure enough, Brad had to do it for you.
That one misses low and inside to Garcia. I just have a blast. I mean, it's so fun to watch this team play and to get to call these games. It's just such a dangerous squad.
I know. It's when it's fun to show up to the park, it's just it makes everything a whole lot easier. It makes the field crew guys, it makes them enjoy their job a little bit more. It makes just everything just a little bit happier.
That's right. Makes it pretty easy on the coaching staff too when you got 9 guys down the lineup that can swing it.
And it's like, who do we want to put in the lineup today? Oh, the guy with 5 home runs and hitting 320, or the guy hit with 7 bombs and hitting 300. It becomes pretty easy.
I would imagine, JB, that wind gusts coming in around 40 miles an hour right now, if not more.
Yeah, I feel like those first reporters that have to be down at, like reporting on the hurricanes, and they're like, we got a 70-mile-per-hour wind.
I feel like a tree is going to impale my back at any moment.
We had a leaf almost take us out earlier, and some rocks are flying up every now and then.
We got a new hitter in for the Lions. It's number 28, Mason Parker. Interestingly enough, he's played in 4 games, hitting .667 on the year. Just 2 for 3 on the season.
I think Bobo's trying to get him in the lineup so he can officially say he has the best batting average on the team.
Praying on his downfall, huh? Mason Parker has dealt with some injuries through the beginning legs of the season. He's got a pretty good swing, and glad to have him here in Dayton, Tennessee. That's another guy too, as I've talked about. You have a lot of guys coming off the bench right now, taking some swings. There's a lot of guys in this lineup. Some of these younger guys, the future of this program, I'd say in the next 2 or 3 years are going to make a difference. Mason Parker, one of them. The guy behind him, and Chris Hall. As another guy I'd like to mention, he's got a deathly swing.
Yeah,
a lot of guys, top to bottom.
Yeah, they don't need the win. There's a whole lot of pop on that bench, and even a guy like Tyler Cullen. I know he's dealing with some eligibility issues, but I'm telling you, first inter squad I showed up to this last fall, and I love his swing. Absolutely love his swing. It'll play in about any team, any ballpark.
Count 2-2, strikes him out for the 3rd out of the inning, but not before a 7 spot in the bottom of the 4th. The Lions up 19-0. top of the 5th for the Lions. It's been a tough day for KCU. It's 9-1-2, Bevan, Thomas, and Garcia. It'd be a good opportunity for them too, JB, to throw some guys up there that haven't gotten a ton of playing time this year, just to give them an opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're sending out their normal starting lineup right now. I think this is still is it Bevan? I think it's his last name, and looks like they haven't made many changes just yet. But yeah, you'd really like to see them. Maybe they're trying to get some more momentum going on for the next game. But I tend to agree with you. This would be a good opportunity to get some guys that don't usually get some reps.
Ethan Walls into the game for the Lions. It was a great day for Cam Harvey. 4 scoreless innings. Strikeout there for Bevan, or against Bevan, for Ethan Walls.
Yeah, Cam's final stat line, he threw 73 pitches, gave up 2 hits in that last inning, 2 walks, and had 9 strikeouts. So a really good day at the park for Cam.
Absolutely. Here's another guy, Ethan Walls, struggled at the very beginning of the year, has had 2 great falls. And it's another guy that, as you come into this latter part of the season, JB, you like to have veteran arms like that.
Oh, without a doubt. And I know both him and Cam have been kind of being bounced around between the weekend starting rotation and then doing some of the midweek games. And you would love to see him to find a way to kind of like break in, even if it's just a bullpen role on the weekends, just because he is a nice guy to have behind a Cam Harvey or even a
Thomason sends this one into the jet stream. It's back, and that one is out of here. So the win playing for both teams. That'll be the first run of the game for KCU. A solo shot for Cole Thomason. Yeah, at the beginning of the year, Ethan Walls was game 1 starter. He started that first game against Freed Hardman.
Yeah, he got roughed up in that one, and then he kind of just, I think the next series was against Montreat, or I can't remember if the next series after that was Montreat, but the next outing he kind of both had similar starts where he was living in the zone, just kind of getting, abused in the zone at the same time, where he's just kind of, not throwing enough quality strikes, just kind of leaving it over the heart of the plate.
That one strike, one outside corner.
I would imagine, though, in this situation, Coach Mack and Coach Day wouldn't be too upset with that solo shot right there. Just, find a way to get in the zone. Obviously we got a little bit of room to work with on it with a 19-1 lead now.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, yeah, with an 18-run lead, you just want to live in the zone and get quick outs.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know Ethan's probably not going to be happy with giving up a solo shot, but at the same time, I don't think the coaches are going to be sweating it too much as long as he's finding a way to compete and not just allowing any free passes at this point in the game.
Makes them feel any better. That I don't think the ball gets out of here without the wind, but we've had a few of those as well today. Garcia digs back in. The 1-2 count pitch once again. He thinks about it, holds up.
I'd really like to see him kind of like bust a fastball inside right here. He's really leaning heavy over that plate.
2-2 pitch. Shot the other way. It's going to be right at, I believe that's Daniel Dryden out there in right field. He moved over and put Alex Rollins in center. Regardless, it's out number 2. Yeah, a couple of defensive changes here. We got Mason Parker at second. Daniel Dryden out in right. Alex Rollins in the game as well in center field. Jan Rivera at the plate for KCU. Came into this series one of the better hitters on this team. Into this game, he was hitting .390. He shoots this one foul.
Yeah, I believe just for anyone scoring at home, we did eventually go back and give him a hit on that after the second hit that Cam gave up. So does have a 1 for 2 today instead of the 0 for 2 that he might have got gypped on a little bit.
Breaking ball misses. Count moves to 2-1. Two-one pitch shot into left field. It hangs up in the air, and Bradley Prince Jr. makes a dive and catch on it with a final out of the inning. So one spot up in the top of the fifth for KCU. Your score 19-1. It'll be Chris Hall up for the Lions. He'll get to pinch hit here in the bottom of the fifth inning.
He's one of those guys, if we were having a home run derby, he'd be one of the top ones where you're putting your money on.
Yeah, for real. He's dealt with some back injuries this year, so it's kind of put him behind the 8 ball just a little bit, but he's back and healthy, no pun intended.
I like that. So he's got some light tower power, I guess is what you call it. Yeah, no, he's been sitting behind over there with the table doing some of the radar work with us, so got to know him a little bit better.
1-0 pitch floats in there for ball 2. Yeah, he's a true freshman as well. A lot of raw talent. He can swing it about as good as anybody for power. The big hack there comes up empty.
Was not looking for a backside single in that one either.
I can imagine many guys are with a score like this. Maybe Bradley Prince. That one gets away, arm side. So the count 3-1 against Chris Hall. The 3-1 offering right down Main Street. He rings him up on strike 2.
That's a bold strategy. That's a bold strategy. He hadn't done it in a while.
Just practicing. So the count all full. And that one's going to miss inside. So strikes out and takes a walk in the same at bat. First time in baseball history.
Yeah, not sure how to score that one. I'll have to Google it.
Umpires get a lot of grief, don't they?
Some of it's earned.
If you're in the field and you lose track of the game, you just throw it to the wrong base or something. If you're an umpire and lose track of the game, you look like a fool in front of everybody.
Yeah.
So it's always tough.
Oh.
That one's sent into left field, and you best believe it's going to get on out of here. So 2 home runs for Parker Cosby. The 2-run shot this time. And he might want to slow down because Chris Hall is just barely walking in front of him. So 21-1. His second jack of the day. That gives him 6 on the season. And the 8th home run of the day for the Lions.
And we got 2 more innings.
Alex Rollins up for the Lions. Man, it seemed like he was just up. I guess he kind of was.
Yeah. Oh.
Big swing. Your Lions in the red tops and black pants. KCU in the black top and gray pants.
What's your opinion on the red on black?
I like it a lot.
It just doesn't do it for me.
You don't like it?
I'm a bit more of a traditionalist.
Yeah. Well,
we had a full argument this morning in my room about it. He's like, "Oh, David Walker's my roommate," and he was like, "Oh, it's our best uniform combo." I'm like, "It looks like you're walking to class. You know, you're just wearing a sweatshirt, sweatpants with a t-shirt on."
Are you a black on black guy? Do you like that?
No, not really.
So you just don't like the black pants?
It's the black pants that really just starts the whole thing for me. I can put up with it just because I really like our black uniforms.
This one into left field, a line drive, gets in front of Sorensen out there. It's going to get on by him. Rolls to the wall, and Alex Rollins is flying into second base. So it'll be a single with an error, and Rollins will be on second with still no outs.
20th hit of the game. Not for Rollins, but for the whole team.
So now Bryson Lofton at the plate. Surprisingly, in an 8-home-run day for the Lions, Bryson Lofton's not joined the party. It's funny how that goes, isn't it?
That's baseball.
Breaking ball. Swings, hits the end of the bat, fouls it off.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job pitching around Bobo today, really just trying to keep him as uncomfortable as you can get. I mean, obviously he still has the one hit and a couple of line drive shots off of it, but they've definitely made an attempt to kind of pitch around him today.
I'll tell you what, the 63-mile-an-hour breaking ball seemed like the best way to go at it.
Yeah, well, I know a couple guys who can help with that.
Count is 1-1 against Lofton. Rollins in scoring position. Not that any more insurance is needed. The Lions have this game covered better than Farm Bureau would. And that breaking ball misses outside.
Are we allowed to say that with the Farm Bureau insurance sign over there?
Yeah, this is Farm Bureau is one of our sponsors. So
I didn't know if it was pro Farm Bureau or if
yeah, Pro Farm Bureau.
Yeah.
It's hard to have better insurance than 20-run lead, right? And this one is going to be, I don't know if it's hit by, they're going to say fouled it off. So a check swing there, fouls it off to count even 2-2 to Lofton.
Pitching to contact.
I imagine they go back to that slow breaker here. He struggled a little bit with it. Seems like maybe a kryptonite of Lofton. Of course, he's not faced too many lefties this season either. 2-2 pitch, a breaking ball gets away. And Rollins moves up to third. So pass ball or wild pitch is the only time at this point in the game you can respectably take a base, right, JV?
Yeah, I think it'd almost be more disrespectful to not take it there.
Count all full. Hargrove, the pitch, misses inside. So Lofton will take his free pass, and that brings up Bass Cooper, who homered in his last at-bat.
It's Hargrove a pitches for. Oh, good. I was going to say that he's kind of getting to 45 pitches now, and I was kind of worried they kind of just let him run back out there and eat it for the rest of the game. I kind of like this move.
Yeah, they're going to the bullpen here. Still no outs in the bottom of the fifth. Stay tuned to see what happens. Runners at the corners. We'll be back. Runners at the corners, Ryan Vaught into the game for KCU. And Bass Cooper at the dish.
Decides to hit righty against the righty.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've not seen that ever out of Cooper.
I'll tell you this, I know in years past he's been a lot more comfortable with his lefty swing. As that ball is up the elevator shaft, that might be down.
High to the
that
air. And good play out there at short from Jan Rivera. Had to battle the wind the whole way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just trying to get a little comfortable getting that righty-righty matchup, because I know, just kind of talking to some guys, he's very comfortable righty right now, but lefty, he's just kind of searching for it still. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's even considering just going all righty.
I remember Pablo Sandoval, the Panda. He was
bad time in Boston.
He was a switch hitter, and he kind of got into that groove where he was just hitting significantly better from one side, and they started talking about that a lot, as whether he would just stick to one side or not.
Yeah, another guy that's like that is, it kind of gets tossed to the wayside because he's really giving himself a big name, is Cedric Mullins. He came up as a switch hitter, and originally he was just kind of a I'm going to bunt and get on with singles guy and kind of going both ways, and now obviously he's turned himself into an all-star, just staying lefty.
On the fantasy team as well.
Hey, I love Cedric Mullins.
Runners at the corners remain. Daniel Dryden at the plate. This one nubbed into, no, it's going to be caught by Rivera. I thought he might double up Lofton at first. He was a little off the bag there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Bobo was watching, but that's okay. We'll forgive him.
Bradley Prince Jr. at the plate. I tell you, the first 6 months I knew Bradley Prince I only knew him as Bradley Prince, and I didn't know until about, right at the start of last spring that he had a junior behind the name. I'm like, dude, that makes your name sound so much cooler.
For announcing, it is great. I was going to say, our buddy Cam last year down there, I used to always say it fired me up just hearing him say, how he announced Bradley Prince Jr.
This one gets by Bevan.
Alex.
So Rollins is going to score. He thought about just jogging in. So he goes ahead and scratches across the plate for the 22nd run of the game.
Yeah, that was a bit of a half-hearted attempt to get one home.
I thought he was just going to let himself get thrown out for a second. So that moves up Lofton into scoring position. Count even 1-1 for Ryan Vaught. Breaking ball misses up in the zone. Vaught kind of has a funky delivery, doesn't he? Comes closed, set.
Yeah,
he's on the opposite side of the rubber.
Yeah, he really does, and I've never been a huge fan of hitting off sidearm and even some kind of submarine guys. I will say his off speed. I don't want to say it's like a half-hearted attempt at an off-speed pitch or anything like that, but it doesn't look like it's fully committed to just ends up kind of just lofting in there. I'm not totally crazy about that, but
they got Garcia playing in shallow right field, and the right fielder playing on the wall against Prince. The 3-1 pitch from Vaught misses inside. So a free pass to Bradley Prince Jr. going to bring up Kiko Garcia. I was just talking to JB at the break. So we had a 10 home run game against Lindsey Wilson earlier in the season. And I was just saying who would have thought that we'd come close to breaking that record again. They set a school record that day, and we've got 8 on the day today.
Yeah, and we're at least guaranteed one more inning of hitting too, which anything's possible at this point.
That's true. Slider slides a bit too far. I think Kiko Garcia is due for one here.
Yeah, no, he's due for one of those butt out, somehow finds a barrel off the shed and left that he does very well.
This is low to Garcia. So in the hitter's count, 2-0. 2 down, 2 runners on. Lions leading 22-1. It's a great day if you're a Lions fan watching.
Yeah, no, it kind of able to put it in background noise mode just for a little bit there. I'm telling you what I'd also like to see from Kiko right here is, just kind of a Grayson Whaley double down the line. Would honestly, that really, I really love to see that from him.
I appreciate the shout out, JV.
I think that got the dugout going more than I've heard in many games, many games.
He watches 2 fastballs go by. Count square 2-2.
For those at home, Grayson Whaley, your voice of the Bryan College Lions, hit a double down the line in his last game the other day.
Yeah, it was a decent way to go out, huh?
It was a beautiful piece of hitting, 3-1 count and everything like that. Loved it. Loved it.
Strike 3 on Kiko Garcia. Be the 3rd out of the inning for Bryan, and that's going to continue the streak of scoring in every inning. 1-1, 10-7-3. That makes 22, and they lead 22-1 heading into the top of the 6th. We'll be back. Pitching for the Lions is Michael Novak. He's a pretty lively arm, getting some action here in the top of the 6th. The 1-0 pitch. Gets it by the hitter there.
Yeah, Novak's got some really good stuff. I think he's started to throw his slider a little bit more this last year. At least that's what it looked like in the fall. And definitely got fastball feel to go with that.
Pinch hitter in for KCU. It's number 12, Josh Kellogg, graduate student. 1-2 pitch hit into right field. It's back at the wall, and Daniel Bryan snags it for the 1st out. So 1 down from Novak and the Lions at the top of the 6th. Tyler Myers into the game for KCU, another pinch hitter. The 0-1 offering outside corner painted for strike 2. This one line to Mason Parker out there at second base. Good play. Route number 2. The Lions 4 outs away from taking game 2 and the series. Novak, the windup, chopped up the middle. Cahoon makes a play on it, and the tag is made over there by Bass Cooper. Beautiful play for out number 3. So 1, 2, 3 goes KCU. So heading into the bottom half, the Lions still leading 22-1. So here we are in the bottom of the 6th. Mason Parker leading off for the Lions. Ryan Vaught still in the game for KCU. Probably trying to finish this game for them here.
Yeah, I'm sure they would love to be able to get, just through this inning. It would take a miraculous comeback to not get run ruled in the 7th here. But if they could get 3 outs right here and not have to use another one of their bullpen arms, I mean, that could really serve them some good for the next game.
You know, it may honestly, as weird as this is going to sound, it may honestly serve them better if they do get run ruled in this game.
Save some arms, yeah.
Save some arms. Wind continues to blow straight out.
It's not letting up.
Not that the Lions need any additional help. Pitch misses inside corner there. Count is 3-0 against Parker. The 3-0 pitch from Vaught. Misses inside, so 4 straight balls. It's going to give Mason Parker the walk. Striding to the plate is Cade Cahoon.
Now, if my eyes serve me correct, we got a pinch hitter on deck.
No way, that's unbelievable.
If you want to get a couple people fired up in the booth up here, it looks like Cam Fuquay might be hitting in a minute.
That's amazing. Cam Fuquay on deck. He's a pitcher, has dealt with some elbow issues. He had UCL repairment surgery last year, also known as Tommy John. And so he's kind of been dealing with some arm injury again this year, but he's been an avid base runner for us, and apparently now he's going to get a pinch hit.
He can do it all. He can do it all. Don't challenge him in basketball either.
My God, really?
don't wanna hype him up too much. I did take BP with him the other day, and let's just say he's knocking some rust off the swing. It's getting better.
This one in the gap in the left field. Mason Parker around second. He's heading to third. And the double there for Cade Cahoon puts 2 runners in scoring position for Mr. Camden Fuquay.
Get him an RBI. Oh, that would be big.
Oh, he hasn't hit since high school. I tell you, there's a rumor around here that pitchers are better hitters than you may think.
I mean, don't let him get hot. That's all I'm saying. You get him some more reps. You never know what happens. I mean, a couple of BP reps. Next thing you know, double down the line. What are you now, 2 for 2 in your college career?
I had a single my freshman year and a double my senior year, so
hey,
I may just stick to that. I'm done hitting now.
Oh, Cam just called time?
I thought they were going to step off and just intentionally walk him.
Heck, I mean, might as well.
We were joking in between innings that the Lions don't even have any hitters available if they wanted to. Of course, we didn't have Cam Fuquay in mind.
Yeah, I've been told he's somewhere in between a mix of Rod Carew and Barry Bonds. So see, somewhere in the middle of that. I don't know exactly where, but he's one of them.
Vaught comes set. 2 runners on, no outs. The 1-0 pitch. This one's fouled off.
Love the intent on that swing. You can really see him trying to use the entire field, and gotta love that. You know, experienced hitter like him.
It's funny, even when he's hitting, he walks around a lot, walking around the catcher. Always give him a hard time for walking around so much. I think he walks a 5K when he's pitching, just around the mound. Breaking ball outside corner. He thought about it, watches it for strike 2.
I don't think there's much things that Cam does that aren't high energy. You know, I think he sleeps with high energy.
Oh, he does. I'm his roommate. He absolutely does. Vaught comes set. The 1-2 pitch.
Good. Yeah, that's a good lead.
Hangs up there. Breaking ball out of the zone, evens the count up.
Hey, that would get a lesser batter to swing, but not the likes of Cam.
Count even at 2. And he holds off again. So really working the pitcher here.
Give him a quality AB.
That is true. He's hunting that fastball here on a full count. If I'm Vaught, I'd probably give it to him. The 3-2 pitch. Outside corner, rolled over into the 6-hole. Rivera in time over there for out number 1, but an RBI to the tally. Extends the lead to 23-1. That'll do a job.
Hey, he just shortened up, knew what he had to do, had to get the run in. That's, again, just a really experienced AB.
That's just what you call situational hitting.
That's situational hitting. It's nothing less. It's just, you know, not trying to do too much. He's a team player.
Rollins at the plate, and on deck is another PO and Luke Townsend. If you don't know what PO means, it means it's pitcher only. Obviously, they're breaking the barriers here at center field today, though. More versatile than we thought.
Hey, that's because of you. You were the first step. You were the first step.
Breaking ball front door out into center field. Thomason in on it and catches it for the second out. So Luke Townsend, he's got all the equipment. He's got the oven mitt in the back pocket, the leg guard and the elbow guard on.
Give him some catcher's gear too.
So 2 down, runner in scoring position still. Luke Townsend at the plate. The 0-0 breaking ball in there, strike 1.
You know, it'll be interesting to see going forward in this game. You know, you see Luke pinch hitting for Bobo. I wouldn't be surprised to see that going forward. You know, filling in for that 3 spot.
Oh, swings the high fastball for strike 2. Giving his best impression of Danny Marquez.
High fastball. Can't hit it, can't leave it alone.
Got to give Marquez a little grief.
He's only hit 10 bombs or something like that.
0-2 breaking ball misses out of the zone. Gets away from Bevan. The wind's still howling here in Dayton, Tennessee. Vaught comes set. The 0-2 pitch. Fouls it off.
He's on time.
All
I'm
over.
saying. He's seen it.
A ball and 2 strikes to Luke Townsend. Breaking ball down the left field line. It's down. He's going to score, and Luke Townsend's heading to second. So the 2-out double from pitcher only Luke Townsend, having a little fun here in Dayton, Tennessee today. The 24th run comes off the bat of Luke Townsend. So Bass Cooper, he's gonna hit from the left side again against Vaught this time.
See, the funny thing about this is Luke just hit. We have our usual 4-hole hitting, and we got Gilbert on deck.
I just say let the pitchers just hit back to back to back to ensure that they get in at bat. This would be a good confidence boost for Cooper though if he could send one out of here.
Yeah, just trying to get him any kind of comfort from that left side right now. Again, I was kind of talking to some of the guys yesterday. I was comparing him to Cody Bellinger with his kind of new stance he's trying out this week.
Yeah, he's very straight up, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's kind of been known more as he'll widen out and a decent leg kick, but you're exactly right. Way to point that out. I didn't even notice that. 2-0 pitch. That one misses low. Of course, really, KCU only needs one more out. And then the Lions are 3 outs away from run ruling for the second time in this series.
Yeah, if you're Vaught here, you really want to attack Bass. You don't want to get to Gilbert.
3-0 pitch misses outside. So Bass Cooper reaches with the base on balls, and that brings up Jacob Gilbert. Devin's going to go out there and talk to his pitcher. You know it's a pretty good day for your offense when you're rolling down the PO list, giving some guys at bats.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw any jabs, but you also have one of your pitchers have, Luke Townsend had a double. That's more extra base hits than Kentucky Christian's been able to have. I think
Don't mean to throw a jab. Don't lie, JB.
Yeah, I know. I'm not meant as a jab. Just just kind of pointing at it.
Sometimes the truth hurts, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
2 runners on for dangerous hitter Jacob Gilbert.
Notable pop. Doesn't wear sleeves ever.
Front door breaker, strike 2. These pitchers posing some intimidation at the very least.
Getting a lot of sliders.
Yeah, he never wears sleeves. He's from Alaska. It's night half the year anyway.
It usually looks exactly like it is right now.
And it's daylight the other half. Devin blocks it up. Tristan Allison moves to the on-deck circle.
We're running out of pitchers.
If you're tuning in, and if you're still tuned in, you must be a fan of either one of these teams pretty hardcore. 24-1 here in the bottom of the 6th. 1-2 pitch. It hits Gilbert. So that's going to load the bases up for Tristan Allison. But as always, we appreciate your viewership. Grayson Whaley alongside John Broyles bringing you this exclusive presentation of Bryan College Baseball. It's been a good day for baseball, at least for one of these teams, JB.
Yeah, no, you got it. It's been a fun day at the park for Bryan. You can definitely see that. I love Tristan coming up with the no batting gloves. It suits him. I really wouldn't expect anything less.
My next expectation is a grand slam.
Hey, speak it into existence. I like that.
I believe these young chaps these days call that manifestation or something.
Young chaps, manifestation in the same sentence. That's got to be a record. Yeah, I can see some shades of Evan Gaddis in his stance. You know, no batting gloves, kind of crowding the plate a little bit, slightly open stance.
He's got that grungy attitude as well.
Yeah, if he had the beard still, it would really sell the whole act. But
the 1-0 pitch from Vaught. This one swung on the high fastball, and Allison just walking down the first base line, having some fun out here. For the Lions, they end the inning leading 24-1, 3 outs away from taking game 2 of the series. And we'll be back to see what happens. Stay tuned. Harrison Price on the mound to try to close it out here for the Lions. Good friend of mine and teammate for a long time. Kind of works from that sidearm position.
Very funky windup. Yeah, that's.
I think he may technically be performing the illegal pitch, but as his toe comes off the rubber.
Yeah, for that brief second, it kind of gets a little bit of air time, but it's always fun. I think last half inning, I was trying to go back through and change all of our lineups and couldn't say a word. Got a bunch of pitchers in the field, apparently.
1-1 pitch swung on, fouled off. We were just talking during the break. This could be a Bryan College record for most runs scored in a single game. And if that's true, that's 2 offensive records set in this season. We scored 20 against Lindsey Wilson in that 10 home run game. 24 have been scored in this one. Swung on and missed, waved at. Noah Wooten, who was pinch hitting, sat down on strikes. This brings up left-handed hitter Mason Bevan. Wonder if he's any relation to Aiden Bevan. Like the Rollins brothers last year.
That's a good observation. I was still trying to find his name on the roster.
Price working well. The 0-1 pitch. That one misses low. Count 1-1. Here's the offering. Tails back to the outside corner for strike 2. This one swung on, waved at for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Harrison Price. Zach Lyons hitting now for KCU. Actually hitting 250 on the year. 11 for 44 in total. Price, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on deep to right field. Wind not helping at all that time. Daniel Dryden catches it for the third and final out of this game. So, JB, your Lions, they score 24 runs on 21 hits. Your thoughts?
That's pretty good. You know, I I'd try to do that more often if I could. And, you know, hey, at the end of the day, I know it's kind of easy to wear down on Kentucky Christian for that game, but we didn't take that game off, and I think that's really important. Like, we scored 5 runs. We scored, by the third inning we had 12 runs, and we just didn't stop pouring it on. And you love to see that because it would be super easy to just go, hey, we're up by a lot. Let's just take the rest of this off. But we found a way, and, we got to have a little bit of fun letting the pitcher hit at the end of that, and, hopefully come back and take care of business in the second game here.
Yeah, that's exactly just the one thing I noticed in this game is these Lions certainly had fun. It's I don't know if it sets a school record for the most runs scored, but I think it certainly sets a record since my 4 years here, JB. I don't know that I've ever seen more than 24 runs scored in a baseball game, maybe my entire life.
Yeah, no, it's been a while at least.
There was, I guess, a couple summers ago I was at a Red Sox Rays game, and it was like 22-8 final score. But here at Bryan, I don't know if there's any beating this one. Of course, you never know with this offense. They
don't doubt them.
Yeah, they are high performers. Yeah, they scored 24 in this one. Their record improves to 23-10 overall, 14-3 in conference. KCU falls to 13-21 and 3-16 in conference. There's got to be some notable players here for the Lions. Of course, the pitching staff did an incredible job giving up 1 run. But for the Lions hitting-wise, Cosby went 3 for 3, 6 RBIs, 2 home runs. He's the shining star in this lineup. But with 21 hits, just looking through here, I don't think there's a single person in the lineup that didn't get a hit today. That's always nice to have as well.
Nice to have in the back pocket right there. As I say, even like the Alex Rollins of the world that came in and pinch hit. I think I'm not sure if Mason Parker got a hit, but I know he got on with a walk. I mean, again, it was just everyone that came in and did their job, and had a good AB.
Yeah, nobody in the starting lineup went without a hit today. 21 hits, 24 runs, and the Game 2 victory for the Lions. We're going to take a little pause here before we hit Game 2 of this doubleheader in the final game of this series. Just stay where you are. This is the screen that you'll be on for the second game of the doubleheader. For John Broyles, Grayson Whaley, we'll see you again here soon. Grayson Whaley alongside John Broyles bringing you the last game of this 3-game set. JB, the Lions made history in the first game, scoring 24 runs and beating KCU convincingly. Here in this final matchup, Jacob Allman on the mound, how do you like it?
You gotta like your odds with this. I mean, Allman coming in, he's been looking really good in his last few starts, really filling up the zone with his fastball, and his curveball's been in good shape. And I mean, right now, hitting is contagious right now, so hopefully we can keep that up.
Pretty similar lineup for KCU. Thomas and Garcia, Rivera, Juniper, Marucci, Legg, Ottersberg, Myers, and Moore. A couple new guys in there for the Lions. Pretty similar for them as well. Cosby, Ogg, Lofton, Cooper, Dryden, Prince Jr., Naparowski behind the dish with Cosby DHing in this one. And then Marquez and Cahoon, the dynamic duo there at the bottom of the order. Jacob Allman on the bump for the Lions, the hard-throwing right-handed pitcher from Franklin, Tennessee.
And the wind did not stop in between games, so we'll still be dealing with that. Still a beautiful day other than that.
The hat flies off of Jacob Allman. I would guess he's probably going to be dealing with that issue all day long.
Yeah, maybe order a smaller hat just for today.
I actually was standing in the bathroom line with Cole Thomason. He was behind me, and he was talking about, he said, all but one of those home runs, I don't think I even moved from center field. I just knew it was gone off the bat.
I bet. A little bit of whiplash out there.
Play made by Lofton for out number 1. Christian Garcia at the plate for KCU. Of course, we know with Johnson winning those 2 games yesterday against Point that KCU is officially last in the AAC. And Johnson went and got 2 from KCU earlier in the year. That's right, JB?
Yeah, no, that is right. I was going to say when we were doing the broadcast of the Johnson game, and we were noting who beat who, and Johnson definitely took 2 from Kentucky Christian. So the fact that they're taking a couple from Point, who obviously took the series from us, is huge for our standings and just for the entire complexion of the conference right now.
1-1 pitch, breaking ball in there for strike 2. Yeah, the Tennessee Wesleyan Bulldogs are in convincing lead of the AAC. They've gone perfect in the AAC. The only opponent in the AAC that they have fallen to is, you're looking at the team, it's Bryan College, but it didn't even count as a conference game. I know it sounds as weird as that sounds. There's so many teams in the conference that they draw, a couple teams that they don't play in the regular season. But since Tennessee Wesleyan's so close to us, we play them in a midweek game.
Kind of an exhibition.
Yeah. So that loss didn't count against Tennessee Wesleyan's conference record, but it improved ours. That's certain.
Definitely improved the resume a little bit too for us.
Yeah, they're still sitting as the 2nd team in the country. Strike 3 call to Christian Garcia.
It's a good pitch right there. Little off the plate, but I think Owen did a pretty good job of stealing that fastball for a strike.
Brings up Jan Rivera. And, a lot of teams have 2 catchers that they'll roll out there for doubleheaders like this. But, you see some obvious, setback when you bring in that number 2 guy. But really, Owen Naparowski is, you're not losing anything behind the dish.
Yeah, it's kind of a 1A, 1B type thing, If Parker's behind the plate, I know pitchers like throwing to him. If Owen's behind the plate, I know pitchers love throwing to him too. It's just kind of what suits you best that day type thing.
Down the line, snagged by Bryson Lofton for the 3rd and final out of the top of the 1st. So the woes continue for KCU. They can't get nothing going. That'll be the end of the top of the 1st. We'll be back for the bottom half. Stay tuned. Welcome back to center field in beautiful and windy Dayton, Tennessee. You don't see too many designated hitters leading things off, but when you have as good of a leadoff hitter as Parker Cosby, who is getting a little rest from working behind the plate, he'll do the job filling in that DH role.
Yeah, I like giving Parker a little bit of time off.
He sends this one into left field with the wind. It may be gone at the warning track. Is caught out there in left field by Justin Legg. So just 5 feet away from being his 3rd home run of the day.
Yeah, I thought the wind was going to take that one.
So allowed out number 1 for KCU in the bottom of the 1st here. Go inside to Og. It misses a little too far inside there. Devin Ogg hitting just over the 300 mark on the season. He's got 7 jacks to his name as well.
He's certainly got a, we were kind of mentioning him in between the innings here. Riley kind of has an interesting stretch movement here. He is testing the limits of how far he can go to the third base side of the mound.
Yeah, for real. He's behind 2-1 to Devin Ogg. This one hit up in the air towards center field. Thomason back on it near the warning track. And that one's down. That one gets to the wall. Devin Ogg rounding second. And the stand-up triple with one down. That'll get things rolling for the Lions in the bottom of the 1st.
Yeah, it's got to be a bad feeling for Thomason out there. I mean, that was just a well-pieced ball, and it just kind of just stayed up there, and just couldn't really find the warning track. Trying to feel around for it, and I think he was a little further away from the fence than he thought he was.
Yeah. Yeah, it appeared he thought he was going to run out of real estate there, and he eventually did. But like you said, not as soon as he thought he was. Bryson Lofton at the dish. Good pitch there from Cole Riley.
It's notable to mention he hasn't hit a home run in 1 game, so.
Is he due?
I think he's due.
The wind's not really helping the lefty today, though. That wind's kind of blowing straight out from the home dugout towards left field.
I think he'll find a way. I could see a backside bomb on a changeup later today. That's my bold prediction.
Wouldn't be surprised. I've seen some balls that Bryson Lofton's hit, too, that I think would go through a tornado. He's behind 1-2 here. Riley comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Rolled over there to Juniper.
Oh, he's there.
And they're going to go home with it.
That's
probably really a smart move for Juniper because Cole Riley didn't cover up first. There was really no play at first, so I know it looks bad on the stream, but probably a heads-up play there from Juniper.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I was about to kind of roll my eyes that the pitcher wasn't covering first, but really good play by Juniper. I mean, that's a heads-up play.
So a run is scored. The fielder's choice puts Lofton at first. Bass Cooper hitting from the left side with 1 down. Big swing, fouls it off. Ooh. Yeah, the wind blowing hard here. Just got a huge, probably 50-mile-an-hour gust. Turn your neck inside out.
Yeah, the batting cage jacket I have on right now is making me look like the Michelin Man.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down. This is high and outside.
Couldn't tell if I think that one wasn't a pitch out. It looked like the pitch before that might have been a pitch out.
Maybe scared of Lofton's wheels over there, huh? Apologize for any wind noise you may be hearing in the background. It's I'm just glad that the windscreen is still standing for the most part. There's some spots it's fallen down, but it's hanging in there. 3-1 count against Bass Cooper. Try the backdoor breaker. It just does not fall in there for a strike. That brings up 5-hole hitter Daniel Dryden. Homered in the first game of this doubleheader.
Had some really good swings too. I think he lined out twice, and his home run, we kind of mentioned, you know, probably got a little bit of help from the wind on it, but 3 well hit balls to say the least.
There you go, breaking ball, leave it up. Dryden ducks out of the way. Yeah, it really just feels like one of those days. Just send it up into the air, and the rest will be taken care of.
Kind of a fight at the bat rack to get up there right now.
Only 1 down in this first inning. Riley looking for a double play ball. Through 14 innings pitched this season, Cole Riley has a 3.86 ERA. So he's been one of the more reliable arms in the staff. I wonder if he's shaking up out there. He's kind of shaking that arm around.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's been moving around a little bit, especially those last 2 pitches. He's been shaking it pretty heavy. Hopefully that's just trying to dust off the wind a little bit. But, yeah, you always hold your breath a little bit when you see that.
Whew. Another big gust coming through here.
Whew.
Trying to send us to Athens, Tennessee.
It's getting close. I'm glad I had a good breakfast.
The 2-0 pitch to Dryden. Turned on down the left field line and foul.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If I'm the pitching coach, I might pay a visit. Again, I'm not. I could be just overthinking things, but he is. He seems to be in a little bit of discomfort out there.
At the very least, I hope they have someone warming up in the bullpen. Breaking ball misses outside. Count is 3-1. And another ball will load the bases up for Bradley Prince Jr., who's on deck. Riley comes set. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed by Daniel Dryden for strike 2. He didn't have base hit on his mind that time, did he?
Yeah, no, I feel like Dryden's always got one swing every AB where he just kind of, you know, lets it eat. You know, just gets his A swing off, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't get cheated on some of his swings.
Full count pitch.
Ooh.
They're going to ring him up for strike 3.
That's a good pitch.
Just caught the top of the zone there.
A little too close to take on a 2-strike count.
I think he kind of snuck up on Dryden. It looked like he was going to miss high and kind of fell off the table just a little bit there at the very end. So 2 runners remain on base with 2 down. This one dips down below the zone. The 1-0 pitch. That one misses up. Again, it can be easy when you lose the first game like they did, 24-1, to just kind of get lulled out of the action for this second game. But really, if Cole Riley gets out of this, only 1 run given up, be a pretty good first inning.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, they even got some barrels off of Alm in that last inning. You know, we've all played in games where it kind of feels like you're just looking at, like, you know, you get that first punch in the face and you just kind of like, you can kind of die on it. But if you get in a spot here where you get 3 outs, only allow 1, strand 2, I mean, that can be a huge shift and kind of like, you know, just get any kind of momentum going for you.
Count is 3-1 against Bradley Prince Jr. Dangerous hitter on deck and Owen Naparowski. Pitch from Riley, swung on into right field. It's back, and it gets out in a hurry. The 3-run bomb from Bradley Prince Jr. over the right field wall gives the Lions a 4-0 lead. You talk about baseball being a game of inches, but how about 2 pitches away from getting out of there with only 1 run given up? And the Lions put up a 4 spot in the first inning.
I mean, we were just talking about it, kind of a backbreaker for Kentucky Christian. You're trying to come out and just have any kind of short inning in the field here, find a way to get your offense back out there, and because kind of the tale of the last game is they spent a lot of time out there and had to use a lot of pitchers, and they're just 1 out away, 1 pitch away, and just can't get it done. Great swing by Brad too, obviously nothing to take away from him.
Yeah, we talk about that trajectory of the baseballs that he hits, and they're all about head high, and that one got out in a hurry.
Yeah, no, he's really been swinging it well this weekend.
So the 76th home run of the year. That one has home run distance on it, but it'll be well foul. The 76th bomb for the Lions through 33 games. That's Prince's 7th on the year.
That's pretty good math. I like that. I'm trying to divide 76 by, 33 games? Is that what you said?
Yeah. You probably have better capabilities in that than I do. I'm a history major, JB.
No, I just act like I know. Like, oh, yeah, that's good.
Ball and 2 strikes to Owen Naparowski. Breaking ball misses outside. Count squared up. 2-2, 2 down. Base is empty after the 3-run bomb. He thinks about going. Checks his swing, and home plate umpire says he does not go around, so the count is all full. So the full count pitch misses inside to Naparowski. So he reaches with a 2-out walk. The Lions quickly moving through this order, all the way down to 8-hole Danny Marquez. He homered in the last game, gave him 7 on the year. Just around that 300 mark as well with his average. Cole Riley struggling to find this zone. Runner takes off. It's Alex Rollins. Tries to sneak one by Riley, and that's going to be the end of the inning. Tried to read the jump a little bit too good there and got a little ahead of himself. So after 1 complete inning, the Lions up 4-0. The 3-run bomb from Bradley Prince is the story of the first inning. We'll be back. be 4-5-6 for the KCU Knights. Juniper, Marucci, and Legg. I'll tell you, a run or two here in this inning for KCU. They just need a little life.
Yeah, no, I just think you got to get one. Just like just get me one right now. If I'm Kentucky Christian, or even just like a long inning, because you know we've both been in that kind of situation where those days where you feel like you're in the field all day, and then you come back and it's a quick inning, and you just it's just demoralizing. You just feel like you're out there, you know, chasing line drive in the gap after line drive in the gap, and yeah, just find a way to get runners on and just make Bryan sweat a little bit.
A 1-1 pitch from Allman misses back-to-back. Breaking ball is outside. Actually caught the zone for a strike earlier. So it's 2-1 to Juniper. This one's fouled off. Count even at 2.
One thing we were talking about, you know, I mentioned yesterday, or in the last game, I was down at the table. Juniper stands on the plate like he is.
They ring him up, strike 3. Juniper doesn't like that call.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to get at. You know, if you set up inside on him, if it doesn't hit him, it's a strike.
Yeah.
And like I've always been a big believer in standing on the plate, but like he almost does it to a little bit of an excessive degree, where it's kind of like, you know, your entire body's just kind of hanging over the plate and you can't get to that inside corner.
Yeah, and Allman doesn't mind busting guys in either.
Yeah, and when you got 88, 89 in the pocket, I don't care if you're Mike Trout. That ball in is really hard to hit.
Oh, yeah. You see some guys, especially who's coming to mind is Paul Goldschmidt, just stands so far away from the plate.
Yeah.
And it's like, it seems like it take a telephone pole to even hit the outside corner pitch.
Yeah, I can tell you, I was never a believer in doing that, just because I really wanted to force, you know, I wanted an outside pitch to kind of feel like a middle pitch to me. But you got to love the guys who can trust their hands enough to, you know, allow a little bit of room and kind of just let their hands eat. Like Owen is one of the guys that we've kind of talked about in the past. He really stands off the plate, and he has an excellent ability to drive it to all field because of it.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks like, though, over the last couple of weeks that he's inched a little bit forward, closer to the plate, and I think it's helped him out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of like a comfort maybe. Like, you know, whenever he feels like he's getting jammed or he feels like he just can't get on time, he finds a way to, like, you know, just allow him a little bit more time to let his hands eat. That's a good piece right there.
This one into the gap, Marucci. This one's going to roll to the wall. Marucci thinking double. Dryden fires it into second. And the slides in safely for the one-out double for KCU.
Hey, there you go. Now he's got to find a way to get him in. They can really just any kind of punch back right here from Kentucky Christian could, you know, pay huge dividend for them. Even if it's just like a psychologically like, hey, we can actually do this.
Yeah, that was last night. They held us to 4 scoreless straight innings, and they had a 1-0 lead for the longest time. And, you know, the coaching staff for KCU is just, they've got to reiterate that, you know, you've got to compete. You know, when, like you said earlier, when you get punched in the mouth with a 24-1 score, it's real easy to get out of the ball game. But 4 runs is really not, I mean, it's not anything to hold your head at this point.
I mean, you just kind of look at it and be like, hey, I'm a college baseball player right now. We've played in games where I'm down by 4. What the bad part is, you start getting distracted with the whole, oh my gosh, we just got, you know, smacked around the ballpark for a couple hours. And once you start getting past that, you know, you can really actually find yourself in a good spot.
This one gets by Naparowski. Marucci going to wisely stay at third. So Allman behind 3-0 against Justin Legg. Right down Main Street for strike 1. It's one of the mysteries of baseball, being able to throw those 3-0 strikes right down the middle.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. It always made me mad as a pitcher, too. Like, you get there and you throw a 3-1 strike, and you're like, man, where has that been? Also, I know that it's got to hurt. We were talking about it earlier when Parker got hit on like the forearm. You kind of got to hold your breath as a fan or as a teammate. 'Cause you know, there's a whole lot there to uh, injure, mess up, break. It's just it gets complicated pretty quickly.
Yeah, those bones kind of in the hand and upper forearm or lower forearm rather are kind of fragile compared to other parts of the body.
Yeah, I think about like the Bryce Harper getting hit in the hand last year from like Blake Snell. Judge had one a couple years ago where it's just like, you know, people trying to work you high and tight. Eventually, one slips out.
Gonna pay a mound visit from Coach Jordan Day.
Ooh. Sorry about that, folks. We just
we got hit in the back with some gravel from the parking lot behind us.
It heard my reaction. Said, "Here, have some more."
Wow.
I can't say I have ever played in a game with this much wind. I still haven't, obviously, because I'm here. But yeah, this is a pretty extreme weather we're playing in right here. Beautiful day. Just
yeah, it's definitely added a different element to the game, that's for sure.
almost a little comedic factor.
Runners at the corners for KCU, cooking with some peanut oil here in the bottom or the top of the second. Fouls this one off straight back.
If I had my glove, I would have laid out.
Count 0-1 against Ottersburg. Big swing. Nothing to show. 0-2 now.
So, in your opinion, obviously it's a little too late to do this now. Would you have had him bunt here?
Yeah, I would have liked to have gone ahead and scratched that run across, especially there at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, I would have tried at that first pitch, but
And he waves at this one for strike 3. That'll be the second out of the inning. And now Allman an out away from getting out of this with nothing on the scoreboard. Yeah, that exactly is the reason why I agree. Just you got to give your team a little belief that they can manufacture runs. This one lifted into the air. The wind killing it out there in center field. Dryden catches it for the third out, so Allman gets out of the jam. The score remains 4-0, your Lions. Danny Marquez leading off for the Lions. They have a 4-run lead. Alex Rollins got caught stealing to end the inning in the first. So that brings up Danny Marquez for his first at-bat. Breaking ball misses low from Cole Riley. That's one thing, JB, is we've had a lot of starters outside of Sam Gouge in that first game of this series. They just have come out early. I mean, there's nobody really eating innings for KCU. They've worked through their pitching staff quickly in these first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, it really puts Riley in a hard position here because, I mean, like, you know, we were talking about how he's kind of shaking his arm a little bit and kind of really didn't have an easy go in that first inning. He's really just got to kind of carry the load here. Like he could give up another 4 spot right here, and they might be like, "Hey, go back out there. You got to figure something out because we need you out there." And it makes it a really hard position. It's also part of the reason why you might have heard my reaction whenever I saw Rollins get picked off. I was like, "There's just from a competitive standpoint, I'm just like, you can't help this guy."
Yeah.
You know, like stealing in that situation or anything like that. I feel like you're doing him a favor. You just find a way to give him an out instead of just forcing them to make a play. You're just making an error to give him an out.
3-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses high and tight to Marquez. He reaches with the leadoff walk. Yeah, I agree. In a time where Riley was just struggling so much to find the zone, I'm with you. It just didn't make a ton of sense to run yourself out of the inning.
Yeah, like I love stolen bases. We were talking about earlier, like the pace of play in MLB and the kind of like the revival of stolen bases. But I certainly think there's a good time, there's a bad time for him.
Well, I think that was a big key on the pitch clock was the pickoff moves and all that stuff is they wanted to revitalize the stolen bags like that you saw back in the 80s and 90s and such. I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky, and this feels like a tornado.
Yeah.
I mean, the straight line winds are bending these pine trees next to the field.
The positive in it is that we're not underneath a tree doing this. The downside is we get hit in the face with rocks.
This one finds the zone. I'll tell you, it's just golly. Picking off over there, keeping Marquez honest. We'll go ahead and throw it out there. If there's a millionaire listening and wants to set up an endowment or something like that for Bryan College or wants to make a large donation for a press box, we will not decline.
Yeah, we are open to all forms. Yeah, we're very inclusive here.
I think I said it last week with Daniel Cox on the broadcast with me. We're kind of like the IRS. We don't turn down money. That one misses low and outside. Count even 2-2 to Cade Cahoon. Riley begging for an out here. Comes set. The 2-2 offering on its way. Cahoon holds off, moves the count to full. You know, JB, we were talking in the first game, probably towards the very beginning, about some of the struggles we faced last year as a team. At this point in the season, we're flirting around that 500 mark. And we just got over the 500 mark only because of the regionals, the NAI opening round kind of bracket there. But yeah, we got hot in the right spot of the last season. But on the other hand, it's been really nice to see this team win the games that they should, and also take some games against other teams like Tennessee Wesleyan and winning some important conference series that we just didn't see out of this team last year.
No, I completely agree. It just felt like, you're watching this team this year, and there's a maturity about it where it's like, don't get me wrong, we're still trying to bop that thing around the yard. We're trying to hit, extra base hits and everything like that. But it doesn't look like anyone's trying to be a hero. Everyone kind of just understands that, at the end of the day, they can be hitting 500 like Bobo, but they're 1-9. That they're 1 of 9 in the lineup, and everyone's kind of finding a way just to kind of pass it along the line and finding out that just having an entire team that's competitive in the box is easier than just having 1 or 2 guys that you're dependent on.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, outside of Grant Lala, there's nobody that's gone that was such a key factor in last year's lineup. Then you trade out Grant Lala literally with the same jerseys for Bryson Lofton, who's hitting 500 on the year with 15 home runs. He's been a great addition, of course. But this, as you said, just veteran leadership out of some older guys here has made the difference, I think.
Yeah, it's Grant Lala and Darwin, who we mentioned had the surgery, but like it's just, like Dryden fills in at center, and in the past he's not an outfielder. He's a shortstop.
Yeah.
He just goes out there and he competes, and he makes one dang good outfielder out there too. He gets good reads, and He does all the right things, and it's just, again, it's a very mature team in the retrospect. While we're still trying to find a third starter and still trying to find other things like that, just people are just not trying to do too much and just hoping the best for the team.
And really, athletics across the board. This one's lifted to deep left field. Leg is back on it, catches it right in front of the warning track for the first out. I was saying, really, athletics across the board for Bryan College they've been a staple in the Appalachian Athletic Conference. I think our volleyball team won conference. Our basketball team won the regular season championship this year, or for the women's side. Our men's team made it to the conference championship. They beat Union there in the semifinals. Last year, our softball team won their first ever conference tournament, their conference championship. And here we have a baseball team who finished second in the conference last year to Tennessee Wesleyan. But you could say that they're firing on all cylinders right now. You just think about our athletic department across every sport. Seems like things are rolling pretty well in Dayton, Tennessee.
And you got to love it because, we talk about, our dream is to get a turf infield so we don't have to worry about the rain outs or anything with that. And what helps you get the better stuff? When you win.
Yeah, exactly.
People are willing to invest in time and money in organizations that are built on winning.
Absolutely. If you're another thing too about Bryan College, it's not just athletics, it's not just academics, but you hear this from almost everybody here, and both you and I can attest to this, JB. It's just a great community to be a part of. Both seniors up here in the booth, we can attest to the community aspect that Bryan College offers. It's a great place to be a part of. So if you're watching and you're interested in this program, come join and see what it's all about. I don't think you'll regret it. 2 runners on for Devin Ogg. Only 1 down. The mound visit is paid to Cole Riley. Trying to kind of get him in a groove, and it's probably a good time to visit because you have Devin Ogg at the plate, a righty on lefty matchup, and you got 2 more lefties behind him, and Bryson Lofton and Bass Cooper.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was hey, you got to show us something here for us to trust you going forward against those bigger boppers.
Lifted high into right center field. Ooh. Ottersberg's back on it. Marquez Wisely tags up from second. So that puts runners at the corners for Bryson Lofton. We have a sponsorship sign that's nearly fallen down over there in right center field. Hopefully that doesn't trip up any of the outfielders out there.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that as Ottersberg was kind of having a hard time with that wind, which, again, completely get it. Not blaming you at all. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, though, about that sign.
So looks like the infield shifted over just a little bit towards Lofton's pull side. They got Garcia out there in shallow right and Rivera kind of playing up the middle. Cole Riley comes set. Here's the pitch, misses inside. And let's see, I think the last 4 innings of the first game of this series, the Lions scored, and of course, all 6 of the innings that the Lions hit in, they scored. So that's a 10-inning streak of scoring over the last 2 games, and they're in danger of that record or that streak being broken here.
Yeah, that'd be a big swing for Kentucky Christian if you could avoid that, especially with, this dangerous part of the lineup coming up like this. If you can limit the damage to 4 and, try to make something out of that last inning, gets a little bit of momentum going from the plate.
4 spot was put up in the first, gave the Lions the 4-0 lead. Bradley Prince Jr., who's in the hole, or I guess it's Dryden that's in the hole. He's a few hitters away, is who hit the 3-run bomb in the first. The 3-0 pitch to Lofton. Catch is outside corner, says the home plate umpire.
Umpire is a very casual strike call. We had the guy trying to ring someone up on a 2-strike count in the last game. We got someone that's kind of just very casual with it.
That one misses outside to Lofton, so they kind of pitch around him, it appears. Maybe not necessarily intentionally.
I think he's going to get him after this.
You're exactly right. They're coming to visit, and they're coming to pull Cole Riley, so his day is over after only an inning and 2/3 of work. Gives up 2 hits, 4 runs, and leaves the bases loaded for the relief pitcher. So we're going to take a short break as the new guy is warming up, and we'll be back for more baseball here at center field. Bases loaded for Bass Cooper. And Sorensen into the game for the Knights of KCU. We've seen him in left field the first 2 games this series.
Busy weekend for him.
Yeah, I think he's one of their better arms in the staff.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little bit more juice behind it.
1-0 pitch right down Main Street, strike 1 to Cooper. Got a pretty cool glove out there, too.
Yeah, I'll have to take off 5 points because it doesn't match the uniform, though.
That's the Jacob Buffington way. This one gets by the catcher. Kind of surprised me. I didn't think it did, but it got right by Max Moore, who's filling in for Aiden Bevan.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and write that down as a pass ball.
I thought he had it secured in the mitt, but apparently not. So Marquez scores in the pass ball, and the score streak continues for the Lions. It's 12 straight innings they've scored over the course of 3 games.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it'll work, I guess. So 2 runners in scoring position still. And Moore can't get a handle on this one either.
I think this is when one of our pitching coaches or one of our coaches in general would say job description. Catching.
Yeah, I've heard that several times.
Too many times. Cole Miller on his 50th bullpen caught of the day. You'll hear that.
3-1 pitch foul down the line. So payoff pitch coming. Daniel Dryden on deck. There's a little pause in the action. I don't know if Cooper kind of stung his hands there with that foul ball or not. Kind of shaking that front hand around.
Yeah, Sorensen pitches like he hits. He stays in there.
Payoff pitch. Inside corner. This one lifted deep to left field. But out of play. Foul. still to Bass Cooper. Here's the pitch from Sorensen. This one chopped down the line. It's foul as well. The wind continues here in Dayton, Tennessee. I guess just off the heels of last night's storm. It swept through the tornado swept through kind of the middle part of Tennessee. Prayers for all the families affected in that. A backdoor curveball for Sorensen is going to ring up Bass Cooper for strike 3. And that'll be it for the Lions. They score 1, leave 2 runners on. Score is now 5-0. Your Lions leading. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Knights. Max Moore leading it off for them. It looks like some action out there in center field. Cam Fuquay and Cam Harvey out there trying to fix those sponsorship signs out there attached to the windscreen.
Cam just wanted to do something after that last AB. He's got too much adrenaline going.
That one misses high, and debris is flying everywhere.
Debris flying. The camera almost went flying. Again, our high technology. Oh my gosh, that
Doritos bags flying. Oh my goodness.
Is that Bill Paxton Twister movie?
I imagine by the end of the game, a couple pine trees and everything that's in the lunch boxes of people on top of the hill will be on the field by now.
Someday we're gonna make a play.
Count 2-1 to Max Moore. That one misses high and tight. Tell you what, just to give the viewers some knowledge, JB is a man of many talents. He's keeping track of Game Changer, the scoreboard, holding down the camera.
Yeah, if the score bug's down for a second, it's because someone's holding on to the camera. So I don't have a fifth arm to hold it yet.
Still working on that one, huh?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Zaxby's just about took out a fan.
Time is calling at the plate.
Can't imagine why. Just saw a napkin go about 50 yards. Chris Berman would have had a whole lot of fun announcing that. Rumbling, tumbling, stumbling all the way down to the foul pole.
I think this could put a straw through the bark of a tree. It's just, it's just blowing so hard right now. Fastball misses high to Moore. So a leadoff walk for the Knights puts them in business here in the top of the third. Be a 7-inning game. This last game of the series. Of course, all the games have been cut short because your Lions have run ruled the first 2 games of this series.
Looks like we got a pinch runner in number 2. Probably courtesy runner, yeah.
Yeah, Max Moore catching in this game. Courtesy runner. It's Blake Wood, the redshirt freshman. Checking on Wood over there. Speedy Thomason up at the plate for the Knights.
Oh, that's me.
The fastball fouled off right back behind us.
Oof. Dang. That's my Miata.
Count is 0-1 against Cole Thomason. Another pickoff move from Allman. I'm really surprised this wind has not picked up the hat off of anybody's head. It was kind of glued to their hair or something. Oh, there goes Allman's hat as I say that.
I was about to say, if a hat's not flying off the head, you might want to check for a foreign substance right now. Got some spider tack going.
Again, Grayson Whaley alongside John Broyles bringing you this presentation of Bryan College Baseball. It's 5-0 here in the top of the third. Your Lions on top. The 0-2 pitch to Thomason on its way. The breaker chopped over Lofton's head at third. Wood stays at second. Thinks better of extending to third there. But the Knights are cooking.
Again, I know we've talked about it in the past and don't want to sound like a broken record, but just finding a way to scratch one across here would be a good start. Even if it's just mentally just saying, hey, we're still in this game.
Well, they've got a good chance here. They did not execute the last time they had this opportunity, but they're at the top of the order, so there's no better opportunity than the present. Breaking ball, fought off to right field. It's coming in, and catches it out there in shallow right center for the first out of the inning. That's a big out number 1 because now a double play gets you out of the inning.
Yeah, no, especially with Allman stuff. A good curveball. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts throwing a couple here, trying to induce a double play.
Jan Rivera at the plate, a 3-hole hitter. Not done too much this series, up to this point at least. Sends this one to Lofton, and there it is, the 5-4 double play.
That's just a backbreaker.
So right when KCU has another opportunity, they fail to execute, and the score remains 5-0. We'll be back for more baseball. It'll be number 29, Daniel Dryden, leading off for the Lions. I'll tell you, if Tucker Sorensen can just keep them here with a 5-run lead, I mean, they'll really be working. They've had some opportunities the last couple innings to scratch across some runs.
I mean, honestly, they're just a hit away. I mean, it's been, you know, for each of these 3 innings, they've had stuff going on. If you just get that one timely hit, and they'll be good.
1-0 pitch, swung on and fouled off by Dryden. Count even at 1. Sorensen, the lefty, working with some pace. That one misses low and outside. Oh, the wind just shifted on us a little bit, coming at our face now.
Yeah.
How about that?
But knocked me back. Talking about responding to get punched in the face, I felt like I just got punched in the face.
Count 3-1 to Dryden. This one fouled off at the plate. Testing the limits of that bungee strap holding down that camera, JB.
I know. I'm just hoping it's not going to break. Be bad times for me.
Count all 4 to Dryden. That fastball gets away from Sorensen, so it'll be a leadoff walk for the Lions.
See, I was telling someone yesterday, Dryden was doing hard 90s on walks. I said, he's not about that. I said, he's not actually about that way of life. He doesn't understand what it's like.
JB, I hate to tell the viewers this, but I also love it. Something I'll never forget is you were doing a hard 90 one time.
Oh,
and I think you pulled your hamstring.
Yeah, no, I did, yeah. It was already pulled, and I was like, okay, well, I was like, I'll just lighten up a little bit. Because this is what I've done my entire life. I'm like, I'm not going to stop now. And, yeah, let me say, there were some colorful words rolling around my head.
I'll remember that for a long time.
If you could forget, I wouldn't hate that either.
1 pitch misses to Bradley Prince Jr.
Imagine the call home to mom and dad. You know, like, hey, I'm going to be out for a couple weeks. Oh, what'd you do? I walked.
I drew a base on balls.
It was a great AB, though. No one asks about that.
They have Dryden leaning, but he gets back safely. The 1-1 pitch to Prince. That catches the inside corner for strike 2. Sorensen comes set. Big pitch here for him. 1-2 pitch freezes Prince Jr. Watches strike 3 go by with the first out.
You know, I'm obviously not paid to do anything, so take any one of my opinions with a grain of salt. I would have started him.
Yeah.
He definitely, like, just out of all the guys we've seen on their rosters, it's pretty clear he's got some of the best stuff on their roster. I mean, he's just got good stuff in general. And I don't want to say it's overthinking not going to him first, but I think he might have been doing a little too much and trying to get a little too cute on it.
Yeah, that 4 spot in the first inning really puts a toll on that.
Yeah, as I say, you can throw 5 innings of perfect relief and still lose 4-0 if you come in relief. You know.
That's true. Yeah, I would have. I'm with you, JB. I think I would have started Sorensen there. The 1 count to Naparowski. Takes it the other way, fouls it off. Watches this one, just misses. No, he rings him up.
I'm telling you, that's the most lackadaisical ring-up call I've ever seen.
He's not looking for attention, is he? Just doing his job.
I guess. I need to hear a ha or something, like, you know, give me a sound effect if you're going to be simple with the hands. So 2 down.
Pick off towards Dryden. Dives back safely. Danny Marquez up at the plate. Big swing there. Yeah, I think you're exactly right, JB. The longer I've watched Sorensen out there, I mean, it's evident that the Lions hitters have struggled more against him than anybody else they've thrown out there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you think that, hey, he can't go all 7, so we're going to try to get him in there, like, when the game matters later in the game. But the problem, like, you know, don't save your pitcher for a rainy day.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of thing. I mean, he's a perfect matchup versus our lefty-dominant team, and, you know, I feel like you're just kind of setting yourself up for a little bit of a harder time.
A hit and run here is on for the Lions. And they're going to roll. No, Dryden's going to hold up at third. That puts runners at the corners. So smart call there. And good piece of hitting from Danny Marquez.
Yeah, he continues to swing a hot bat this weekend.
So the 9-hole hitter, Cade Cahoon, at the dish. Second at bat of the game. And pretty much any time Marquez has gotten a hit, Cade Cahoon has as well. So maybe he can match him here and get another run for the Lions. Their score streak is on the line again.
Was that called a strike? I couldn't tell.
I guess so.
All right.
The 0-1 pitch. That one misses outside. Pitch from Sorensen. This one lifted high to deep left field. Thomason out of room. The 3-run bomb. Cade Cahoon. He's been on fire. And continues the score streak. Now 13 straight innings the Lions have scored. And that puts them up 8-0 in the third inning.
Hey, he keeps on hearing where people talk about his pop, and he's starting to get his home run swing in. I think he's starting to get used to a home run trot and everything.
Slowing down a little bit, isn't he, around the bases?
Yeah, a little less surprised. That one off the bat was pretty clear it was going to be gone. That ball was pieced.
Sorensen back in there. Misses high and outside. Tell you something, he missed out on Cade Cahoon when you're looking at the stats. He's hitting over 300, but he also has an OPS that's on base plus slugging around 1,000. For someone at the 9-hole spot, that's pretty good.
And 1,000's kind of the standard for you know, being all-star level is kind of how they use it for the MLB. Like if you're above 1,000, you're all-star. If you're 1,200, your name is Barry Bonds.
Yeah. Or Bryson Lofton.
That too. Yes, I was going to say.
We'll talk about his OPS the next time he comes up.
It jumps off the chart.
Parker Cosby facing the 2-2 count. Sorensen working quickly. Lifts this out into center field. It's going to get in front of Thomason. So Cosby keeps it going for the Lions. There's been really no answer for the Lions in this series, JB. I mean, like you said, I'd either debate between Sam Gouge in Game 1 or Tucker Sorensen now. That's caused most trouble for the Lions, but even then, they found their way to hit these guys around.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about, like, his stuff is probably the best on the team. Like, same thing, like, you know, but both guys, they've looked good. It's just everyone in the lineup's killing it right now. It's just, I mean, Parker's 1 for 3 now this game with 2 balls hit to the warning track and a piece line drive up the middle on a 2-2 count. It was a good pitch. Like, it's just, you know, just consistent ABs all around and kind of a pitcher's nightmare.
Well, too, you know, you made mention of Sorensen matching up so well against the lefty-dominant lineup of the Lions, but you don't take into account the bottom of the order is all righties.
Yeah.
You know, and Danny Marquez, Naparowski, Dryden, and Cade Cahoon, and those guys have done their fair share of damage this series.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, coming into today, I think Cade had 2 bombs, and he's had 2 bombs today. I mean, it's just it it becomes really hard. You start running out of places to look for outs.
You're exactly right. That's the second home run for Cahoon. That gives him 4 on the season.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy about that, JB?
What's crazy about that?
He didn't have his first college home run until this year.
That's crazy.
And now he's
Yeah,
swinging it as good as anybody.
Yeah, no, it just I was gonna say he's hit a couple this weekend that the wind's not helping him out on. Those are true bombs. That last one was a shot.
His first home run actually came in, I think, in a developmental game. So the 4 that you see there that we're talking about is maybe not the number that he has in his head for the season, but he's right on track now.
Yeah, kind of tail of the tape for Kentucky Christian. I feel like most of the damage we've done has been with 2 outs.
Yeah.
It was like we've gotten a lot of hits with 2 outs, and I feel like anytime they have anything going on, they get to 2 outs and 3 outs just like that. There's not much timely hitting on the other side, and I know that takes a toll.
2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. That'll be the end of the inning for the Lions, but not before they score 3. They run up the tally to 8. 4-1-3 in the first 3 innings makes it 8-0 for the Lions. We'll be back. Evan Juniper leading it off for KCU. We've made mention of this several times. KCU just needs to break through with a run to just kind of give their guys some belief. They've had plenty of opportunities in this game to do that. Juniper tries to do it. He sends this one deep to right field, and that's well on out of here. So right on cue for Evan Juniper. That'll be his 9th bomb of the season, and we've been waiting for him to put his mark on this series. I kind of circled his name coming into this series this weekend.
Yeah, he's kind of their biggest power threat, and if he didn't just show you why right there, I mean, that was hitting deep territory right there. That was past the first line of trees, I believe.
Yeah, that was well on out of there. The first run for KCU in the top of the 4th. Matches their score total in last game.
If you're Allman right here, you just got to bet like, so what? You're up by 7 still.
Yep.
You just go back to business. It's the first real punch they've gotten off you.
That one in there for a strike. Count is 1-1 for Cameron Marucci, the DH in today's game. Chopped up the middle. Marquez over on it. It bounces right over his glove into center field for a single.
Well, there you go. There's the start you need. I mean, it's got to start somewhere, and a leadoff bomb followed by a single. That got to get the guys going just a little bit. I mean, it's pretty quiet. I mean, obviously we can't hear much with the wind. It's quiet there in the dugout. We just gotta get something going.
The 0-0 fastball catches the inside corner for strike one. Yeah, just a good time of the year. You got Final Four basketball tonight, just the start of the MLB season. The draft coming up for an NFL. It's a nice time to be a sports fan, and here we are, the last portion of the regular season for your Lions as well. O2 pitch fought off foul.
Who do you have going first in the draft?
I think Bryce Young. That's who I would pick anyway. I saw that guy in person. I was at the Tennessee-Alabama game this past season.
He can sling it.
He's man, he's just an elusive little guy.
But he has small hands, so.
Not as small as Kenny Pickett, though.
Yeah, I thought Kenny Pickett can't even hold a football, right?
He holds it with his teeth.
Teeth and a lot of heart.
0-2 fastball misses up for Allman. Justin Legg with Sorensen pitching, playing left field. We saw him yesterday as well. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, corked off the end of the bat. Allman's going to field it and tag out Legg down the first base line. Be the first out of the inning for the Lions.
You know, I think this might be too windy for Mary Poppins to fly a kite today. It is bad. I think she'd say, let's stay inside today.
I've never heard that one. That's pretty good. Marucci in scoring position. They'd love to scratch across another one. One down at the top of the fourth. Squares around to bunt, pulls back.
Yeah, I feel like they still have the bunt on here for him. I mean, that last AB, he kind of got overpowered by Allman on 3 straight fastballs. Oh.
Well, pitch swings right over top of it.
So throw him a curveball.
Oh, man. The 1-1 pitch from Allman on its way. This one hit to deep center field. Dryden's back on it. The wind's carrying it.
Oh my.
On out of here.
Goodness.
Cole Ottersberg, the 2-run shot to the deepest part of the park. Gives them 3 runs now in the top of the fourth.
And that's why you don't bunt. I stand corrected. Hey, that's a great swing. I mean, got on time with a good fastball from Allman right there.
I'd say, I bet he couldn't do that again. That bounced off the pole out there. I don't even know what that pole is for.
I've watched
like a little
I've watched a
something.
lot of baseball games here, and that will probably never happen again, and I've never seen it happen before.
So things are reset here. Both teams with 5 hits. The Knights still trailing 8-3. That breaking ball opens the front door. Tyler Myers at the plate now for KCU. Another breaking pitch in there. That one misses apparently. Count it 1-1. Here's the pitch. That one misses high and tight. I would imagine the Lions probably have at least some thought of working in the bullpen.
Yeah, I would imagine probably get Buffington up and moving around. Probably potentially Juice at this point. Or, you know, Jared Price. Oh my goodness.
Probably the heaviest gust of wind coming through right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
This is great.
This is unbelievable. And rings him up, strike 3, curveball outside corner.
I'll take your word for it.
Wow.
I was holding on.
JB doesn't have much meat on his bones, so he's got to make sure his shoes are tied here.
Luckily, I had a steak recently, so I'm still able to hold on just a little bit.
Front door breaker. Umpire said it missed, so it's a 1-0 to Max Moore.
You know, this is just kind of a theory, and I'll wait for this pitch.
This one through the 6-hole, the 2-out single into left field.
So you remember the series in London the other year with the Yankees and the Red Sox? Like
it's not ringing a bell for some reason.
Oh, so they went over to Wembley, the premier soccer field over there, and they talked about the difficulty of throwing like the different atmosphere because they MLB stadiums plan on having the wind go out a certain way, or like you're supposed to create a field in a certain like distinction.
Yeah.
And Wembley, like it was completely open, and it was just a completely different atmosphere, and pitchers had a hard time throwing their off speed because of it.
Really?
Like, yeah. I mean, again, this has been a few years ago, so I'm not gonna break down the science of it because I don't know it. But I feel like the wind's got to affect pitching a whole lot today.
This one into center field, dropping into Dryden's glove for the 3rd out. As a Red Sox fan, I must have been comatose or something. I can't believe I don't remember that. But anyway, the line's still rolling despite giving up 3 runs at the top of the 4th. If I had to guess, that'll probably be the end of Almond's day. But again, Lions leading 8-3 after the top. We'll see you back for the bottom of the 4th inning.
But yeah, so like Tanaka started it.
Lofton leading it off for the Lions. Sorensen remains in the game. Lofton's gone a bit cold here recently, JB.
Yeah, I know. It's a little out of character. Might have to move him in the lineup.
1-0 fastball misses high.
They've done a really good job of kind of making an adjustment and you know, at least circling his name on the lineup a bit in a deeper ink, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say they've pitched him today as good as I've seen anybody pitch him this year. That one misses high. And really, if your mantra is work around Lofton, it's probably a good one. It seems like that's what they've done.
Yeah.
That one misses high as well, so they're going to walk Lofton to lead it off. And we wanted to mention Bryson Lofton's OPS. Coming in today, his OPS just over the 1,500 mark.
Which is unconscious. Like, that is so.
You won't find a player in the major leagues with numbers close to that this year.
Yeah, so if, you know, the ultimate test, if you're looking at how good of a guy's doing, is to go to Barry Bonds' like 2001 and 2002 season, look up there, everything like that. And let me tell you, Barry Bonds is probably about the 1.231 OPS,
yeah.
I think is what it is, in 2001.
This one lifted to left field. The wind swirling, though, and Leg is in on it and catches it for the 1st out. I think Cooper just missed that one.
Yeah, I think it got in on the hands just a little bit. Again, I kind of held my breath a little bit because with the wind, you never know. But yeah, so Bobo's, and when you get into 1.5 range on OPS, you are doing quite well.
Absolutely.
He also doesn't have many walks. Like, all things considered, his on-base percentage is pretty close to his batting average.
Yeah, yeah. That's I appreciate you mentioning that. Sometimes you have guys that have pretty high OPSs and they rely a lot on those free passes, but his is so high because of how much he hits the ball. This one to deep center field. Thomason back,
Oh,
and
my.
he misreads it. He gets back behind him. So Lofton on his way to third and a stand-up double for Daniel Dryden.
I can tell you right now, this time of day, being in the outfield, it gets a little rough. We don't have much of a backdrop, so you lose it pretty easily, especially on these cloudless, sunny days.
Yep.
It sounds like I'm kind of being joking about it, but I'm telling you, it is a terrible feeling being out there sometimes because you just really do not know, and this wind is not doing him favors.
You're right. When there's not a cloud in the sky, it's almost like that blue sky has kind of a white tint to it.
Yeah, no,
it blends in with that ball. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Infield in here. Bradley Prince Jr. at the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. You like the play here to go infield in?
Yeah, I feel like you have to. I mean, if nothing else, it's just oh my.
This one straight up in the air. And good play out there by Rivera hanging with it despite the win for out number 2.
Yeah, one thing I've talked to one of our graduate assistants, Tyler Roper, about. He's like, there's almost like a mental factor with the infield being in as well, where sometimes hitters will just kind of psych themselves out a little bit. But I like that move. Obviously a pop-up kind of helps it seem like a great decision, but I like that move for him.
2 outs, and Owen Naparowski at the plate for the Lions. This one is called strike 1. Oh, wow. People are watching probably like, what are they oh-wowing?
Yeah, what are they oh-wowing and what's that noises? Yeah, no. That's not the strike call, I promise.
Catcher sets up outside. Here's the pitch from Sorensen. Lifted out the other way, foul.
Got a good forearm workout going on, just holding down the camera, the laptop, myself. Yeah, I'll be on.
Naparowski behind 0-2 here. 0-2 pitch, a high fastball has him swinging and missing. And that'll be the first inning in 13 straight that the Lions have not scored in. They finally, and I mean finally, put up a 0 here in the bottom of the 4th. They still lead 8-3. We'll be back for more baseball here at center field. back, and my stat sheets are gone. They just flew off.
Well, we can still kind of squint. If you look to your right, you can see the one of the pages on top of the netting. So if you guys really just want to know the stat lines, you can kind of just like zoom in a little bit. There's a way to do that on your laptops. The score bug's not going to be updated for just a second because right now we're having some difficulty.
This is unbelievable. I feel like I'm in the middle of a tornado. This is crazy.
Hey, total professionals up here. You're looking at total professionals not reacting to anything.
This is crazy. Somebody please donate the money. I'm going to go ahead and start a GoFundMe tonight. Get us a booth, please.
When y'all heard like April Fool's jokes, like, you know, I was like, hey, it's supposed to be windy today. Okay. Yeah, no, I got you. It's supposed to be pretty windy. It'll be okay.
Hey, JB, I'll tell you what, though. There is a miracle to mention in all this, though. The one sheet that did not fly into the netting is the one with the lineups on it. So
God is good all the time.
Amen, brother.
It is a 2-2 count currently on Thomason here.
This is actually Christian Garcia, but don't mind us. You know, we're a little scatterbrained here.
Did we get an out?
Chops it to Cahoon. Missed throw gets by Cooper. Naparowski was backing up, and there's the throw! And that's why you back up, folks. Beautiful play by Owen Naparowski. I tell you what, man, that's such a heads-up play from Naparowski to go the extra mile to run alongside that hitter as he goes down the first baseline. That's exactly why you do it.
Yeah, no, that would have been super easy for Owen just kind of take that off. Again, we've been talking about how
this one lifted into deep left field, and this one is on out of here. So Yan Rivera finally makes his name known in this series with a solo shot and puts him within the smash factor, only down 4 now in the top of the 5th. Home runs have kind of plagued Buffington this year, but I don't think that was all on him necessarily. There's been several today that have added a home run to the stat sheet that probably wouldn't be a home run if it was a normal day.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I know that's super frustrating for any pitcher when you get bit by that, but hey, good way to bounce back right there.
A breaking ball in there, and the hat flew off of Buffington as he makes the pitch.
Not to skip over Rivera's home run, but just going back to that play by Owen again, I mean, that changed it from being a 2-run bomb to a solo shot, and I know that doesn't sound like much of this, you know, based off how we've been hitting, but I mean, that's just a super heads-up play that can just, you know, little did you know, I mean, making that play prevents it from another run scoring.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem different. Well, it is different, but an 8-4 ball game seems a little bit more out of reach than an 8-5 game. So yeah, want to shout him out again. A big-time heads-up play, but obviously for Yan Rivera, that's huge for them to kind of get them within striking distance in these later parts of the inning or later parts of the game, giving the team a chance at least. This one hit sharply to right field. Ogg is back on it and catches it out there at the warning track for round number 2.
Juniper's starting to show that pop a little bit more. I know that he hit that home run that last time, and that ball was pieced as well, hitting straight into the wind too. That was a great play by Ogg just to, you know, find a way to glove that.
Front door slider there for Buffington. Tries to throw it at that back foot. Marucci wisely lays off. Head of the count, 1-0 here. Big swing from Marucci, comes up empty, strike 1.
And apologies on no score bug again right now. We just, I'm afraid the laptop will break with this wind, but we'll get it back up and keep it accurate in just a second here.
Yeah, the score is 8-4, Lions leading. Count is 2-1 with 2 down to Cameron Marucci. You know, JB, all things considered today, I think we've done all right trying to keep up with everything.
Constant professionals. That's what I'm saying.
Not to break our arms patting ourselves on the back, but
yeah, no. If I pat myself on the back, we're not going to have a camera.
time is called as Bryson Lofton's hat flew into left field. Wow. I don't know that I've ever really been outside where it's this windy.
Yeah, it really puts in perspective those people who like don't listen to the news channel when they're like, "Hey, a tornado's coming through." Like, if you're trying to stay in your house in like the hurricane months, I mean, we're struggling right now. I'm afraid to go back to my townhouse.
Another double there for Cameron Marucci. I'll tell you, these last couple innings for the Knights, I mean, they appear to be a different team.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they're not hitting many things that are not well hit. I think they've had one little chopper that went over Bobo's head, but even that, just kind of putting good swings on balls and, you know, really forcing Buffy to have his best stuff here.
Justin Legg at the plate, runner in scoring position, and Marucci. That one right down the pipe for strike one.
Golly, I can't imagine what it's like in the outfield. I kind of saw Og turn around and celebrate with the guys in the bullpen on that last fly ball.
Buffington the hold. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is outside. Count square at 1-1.
I want to shout out Sam Raper for the sandbag to keep this
that.
table. I was just looking down. I'm like, you know, of all things that have moved, the table has not yet. We'll knock on wood, but
this one fought off foul. What a snag over there by the first base coach.
Put him on ESPN.
Tell you what, I'm thankful that these tall pine trees over here to the right of the field have stayed rooted into the ground.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I was looking at that earlier.
The 1-2 pitch misses outside.
I'm also looking at your stats. If you're looking for the stat sheet, it is now closer to the third base dugout. That might be a little harder for you guys to see, so we'll go ahead and read off some if you need any. The count's 2-2 with 2 outs.
It looks like the ticket off of Polar Express.
That like little montage.
Yeah. The count all full. Justin Legg trying to keep it rolling in the top of the 5th for the Knights. Buffington comes set. Here's the payoff pitch. This one's fought off foul.
Keeping our trainers awake over there. Oh, and that's a dead baseball. Just found the only puddle we have on the field.
It must have gotten pretty wicked last night.
I was out for it, apparently.
Yeah, I didn't wake up a bit.
Usually makes me sleep better. Oh.
The glove flies off, and Naparowski gets by him.
I'm going to say that was a walk. I'm not 100% certain. I didn't see a strike call.
Yeah, it was a base on balls there. So that puts runners on either side of the diamond. And Cole Ottersberg is up at the dish. It was Ottersberg who homered in the 4th inning. Is that correct?
Yes, it was, because somebody was trying to tell him to bunt. I can't remember who that was.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, my sources don't tell me who said that, though. So. Yeah, no, he put a really good swing on it. He, you know, again, we can talk about the wind all day, but he did hit it to the deepest part of the yard.
Count 1-0. Buffington needing a strike here. One more out will get him out of the inning. The 1-0 pitch just misses outside. Looks pretty good from up here. Ottersberg in a hitter's count here, 2-0. Pickoff move. At this point, I mean, you talk about timely hitting, and Kentucky Christian, they're out hitting the lines in this game, 8-6. But the score doesn't show that necessarily. This one lifted foul.
Yeah, I mean, they had that line drive that turned into a double play that was hit at Bobo earlier. And you just think what happens if that ball's about half a foot up, maybe 2 feet up. I mean, that's a different, it's a possibly an 8-5 game.
Yeah.
If Owen's not backing up, that makes it 8-6. It's just, oh.
This one check swung and fouled off.
Not very happy with himself on that swing, apparently. But yeah, that's the beauty of baseball. Just imagine, I'll pause for the win. How different this game could be if just, a couple other things just kind of go Kentucky Christian's way.
Count is 2-2 with 2 down, runners at the corners. Ottersburg at the plate. Buffington with the pitch. That one misses high. I mean, it's really at this point, you walk Ottersburg, that brings up Tyler Myers, and he's the tying run of the game.
Yeah.
Talk about being within that smash factor of 4 runs. It's huge. Stays alive, fouls another one off.
Really good AB from here. I think that's like his 5th foul ball, 4th or 5th.
Buffington comes set again. Here's the payoff pitch once again.
Make it 6.
Stays alive once again. Another foul ball. So the runner at first will be taken off on the pitch. Here it is, lifted out into shallow right field. The wind blowing it in.
That's blowing it back.
Yes, good play out there by Cade Cahoon. The ball was traveling sideways there for a moment. Hangs in there with it. Buffington strands runners at the corners. Your score 8-4 after the top of the 5th. Danny Marquez leading it off for the Lions. It'll be 8-9-1. Tucker Sorensen remains in the game for KCU. Watches strike one go by there, and Marquez probably wishes he had that one back. One pitch lifted into shallow right center field. Thomason in on it, and the wind just knocks it down. So that'll be a leadoff single for Marquez and the Lions.
I like seeing Danny go backside like that. I mean, I know it's still to center field, but sometimes he gets a little too pull happy. So I like to see him kind of fight that fastball off the other way.
Gonna bring up Cade Cahoon. He's had a heck of a series so far.
Notable power hitter, Cade Cahoon.
Yeah, really.
Oh.
right down the gut for strike one.
Kind of look like a slider, maybe. I don't know.
I think it was a fastball. The wind just made it look like a slider.
You could be right. I was going to say.
Pickoff move over there.
Someone tell him.
Scampers back.
Yeah, someone tell him Danny's slow.
He's deceiving. Playing in the middle infield, you expect those guys to be quick.
You're like, oh, he's got good hands. He's got to be quick. He's not.
Everything's quick about Danny except his feet.
Except his feet. They they sometimes struggle to get going.
Which I can't say anything. You're talking about that double to end my career, whatever, the other day. I feel like I had concrete shoes on.
Hey, I'm sure you blacked out a little bit when you hit it, so I think that's allowed.
1-1 pitch misses outside. Count is 2-1 against Cahoon.
We're not going to talk about the fact that the wind's almost died down.
Feels so good.
No one breathe.
Swung on and tipped into the catcher's glove for strike two. You can hear it blowing through the trees behind us.
It's a warning sign.
Count even 2-2. Marquez at first. Sorensen picking off again. I'll tell you, I am. This could be 40 degrees in this windy, so I'm thankful that the temperature's up.
There are positives. Yeah.
Absolutely. If it was sitting around 40 or 50, it'd be a miserable day up here.
Yeah, I might have been busy. Like, sorry, coach.
Count 2-2 remains to Cade Cahoon. Still no outs in the bottom of the fifth. That one misses low. Good block there for Moore. Yeah, you made mention, you kind of guessed it, that Buffington was going to be the next arm after Allman. But, there's still a lot of good arms left for just a couple more innings of this game. You got Hamilton and Chris Bain and Jared Juice Price. Strike three swinging there for Cade Cahoon.
Yeah, I would imagine we try to go with the we kind of mentioned how Jared and Bain kind of do a tandem closer role. I wouldn't be surprised if we see us kind of do that from here on out. Could see Hammy for an inning, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try to roll Buffy out for one more.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on. Another pickoff move over there trying to get Marquez. There's definitely action out there. I can see the ball peeking over the fence a couple times. Cosby at the dish. The lineup flipped over. This one misses low and inside. If you're just now tuning in, Grayson Whaley, John Broyles bringing you Bryan College Baseball. The line's up in this one 8-4. They're trying for the series sweep and to improve 24-10 before the next NAI poll comes out. Cosby at the dish, facing the 2-0 count against Sorensen. Thinks about this one. He's going to say he went around for strike one. Count here. This one misses outside. The leg kick, the 3-1 offering. That one slides in there for strike two. Count all full to Cosby here. Runner takes off. Cosby fouls it off.
I've heard that before. Lots of long ABs from Parker.
Yeah, he doesn't strike out a ton, does a really good job of battling at the plate. That's why he has the best on-base percentage of the team. Three-two pitch again. It gets away. So it'll be ball 4. Marquez will move to second. And it looks like a mound visit will be paid to Tucker Sorensen. JB, what do you say here?
I feel like you gotta say you gotta attack Og. I mean, not that he's been struggling too bad, but he's shown more signs of weakness against Sorensen, just in today in general, and he's got to keep in mind who's on deck. I mean, you know, Bobo's always going to be there, and I feel like you just say, hey, you got to attack him. You know, if anyone's going to burn you, let him to be the one to burn you.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. You know, we've been talking about, you know, Lofton's year up to this point. He came into the game hitting around the 500 mark, but they've thrown a lot of lefties at him today, which is something they haven't seen a lot of this year. So I would imagine that's probably why Og and Lofton have kind of gone somewhat quiet today. And it looks like Devin Og is going to actually get pinched hit for. It's going to be Kiko Garcia coming in.
So flush, everything I just said.
Yeah, so Garcia matches up well against a harder throwing lefty. He's certainly got the capability of opening this game up here.
Yeah, no, he's got easy pop. We kind of talked about he's due for one of those butt out, somehow finds a barrel bomb off the hitting cage.
Sorensen will have to find the zone. Only one base free with Bryson Lofton on deck. This one fouled off at the plate.
Throwing a lot of first pitch sliders this inning, I feel like. And the one place Kiko's not wearing equipment, he gets hit.
Yeah, he's got all over, doesn't he?
He's got the oven mitt, even though he doesn't break 7 on a 60.
Hey, I'll let you deal with the big man for saying that one. Kiko's a gentle giant, though.
What is it? A man of many talents.
That's true as well.
I think he won the, what was his award?
Instrumentalist of the Year at the Dougies.
Yeah.
If you watched last night, I kind of explained the Dougies are like the Bryan College spin of the Oscars or the Emmys
or the Office's Dundies.
Yeah,
that was my first thought.
Both runners in scoring position after the wild pitch from Sorensen. This one turned on down the left field line, but it gets foul. Infield is in here trying to keep them within 4 with 1 down. Kiko behind 1 and 2. Oh, I see the tractor coming in behind us. Makes me think that a tree might have fallen down on campus.
You're probably right.
Fastball gets away from Sorensen. Count even 2 and 2 to Kiko Garcia. And this is really just a big at-bat here. If you can, really these next 2, if you can just get out of this inning with nothing scored, keeps you in the game going into the 6th and 7th. Sorensen comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses low. Garcia, good at bat.
Yeah, no, if you're Bryan, you're really hoping to get him out here, like get Sorensen out of this inning, or, you know, say we don't score as many as we want this inning, just find a way to make sure that we get further into that bullpen that's got to be depleted.
This one lifted into left field. That's going to get down. That'll score Marquez. Cosby rounding third. He's going to score. And Legg can't get a handle on it in left field, so Garcia will advance to second as well. And there you have it, the pinch hit at bat scores 2 for the Lions.
Just a great AB. I mean, fouled off some tough pitches, took some really good off-speed pitches in the dirt, and he gets rewarded for it.
And he really didn't catch all of that one either, but it was good enough to do the job.
Also,
Alex Rollins will now be a pinch runner rather than the courtesy runner. He's at second base. He got caught stealing in the first inning. And Lofton will be at the dish. So I tell you that 0 spot in the fourth, you think about it, if that doesn't happen, it'd be 15 straight innings with a run.
That's an impressive stat. I mean, that does not happen.
So 14 out of the last 15, the Lions have scored a run in. Breaking ball gets away from Sorensen there.
I'm honestly kind of surprised. They may still kind of do like a non-official version of it, but I might intentionally walk him here. Get that double play going. I know Bass obviously is no slouch of a hitter either, but you get that double play in effect at least.
Good pitch there. Called a strike on the outside corner. Yeah, I'm definitely not throwing anything in the wheelhouse, but seeing that Lofton has struggled a little bit more with lefties today. This one is sent out to deep right field. As I say that, he puts another one on the tally. The 2-run bomb, Bryson Lofton. He shut me up real quick, didn't he?
Hey, he was due. What did I say? No, I did say backside bomb, so that's on him. We'll have a conversation later about that, but hey, he just keeps doing it.
The 2-run bomb opens this game up now. The 8-run lead once again for the Lions. They're up 12-4. Bass Cooper up now.
If I'm a Kentucky Christian, I start looking at getting him out of this game. He's approaching the 80 pitch mark in 2 2/3.
This one lifted high. It could stay in. It looks like it will.
Stay in, yeah.
Yeah, and it just bounces behind the third baseman, Tyler Myers. Again, it looked like in any regular day that one's up here on top of the road. That wind's really pushing hard, almost straight out. The 1-1 pitch from Sorensen. Tries to open the back door, just can't quite turn the knob.
I like that. I haven't heard that one before.
Never in my life, JB, have I gotten lacerated by a leaf.
I know. That one that hit me in the face earlier, I'm telling you, I felt like I actually been slapped. I'm like, oh.
I just had one hit me in the arm. It felt like a needle going through me. 3-1 pitch from Sorensen to Bass Cooper. Called. Strike 2 on the outside corner.
I don't think Bass agrees.
He tends to not agree with umpires. And that one misses low. Ball 4.
It's a common theme. It really is.
No, nobody, to be fair, nobody agrees with umpires, whether you're on the winning or losing
or
side.
not. Yeah, no, I get it. Also, we are on the lookout for Grayson's stats. They are no longer by the third base light pole, so
I think they're stuck behind the visiting team dugout. They're just kind of stuck in the tall grass over there. So
they're going to get your scouting report.
Yeah, they're very comfy. No scouting report, just lineups and
lots of stats.
Yeah, everybody's stats, which they are probably familiar enough with already. Cam Fuquay going to come into the game to pinch run for Bass Cooper.
I say let him steal.
Yeah, he's got an RBI on the day.
He can do it all. I'm telling you right now.
He needs to get a stolen bag too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Who knew you could have so much fun when your arm's injured?
Cam will find a way.
This one out to left field. That one has no shot of staying in the ballpark. It's on out of here, over the batting cages, and gone. The 2-run bomb gives the Lions a 14-4 lead here in the bottom of the 5th off the bat of Daniel Dryden.
Daniel's just had really good ABs all day. I mean, he's been barreling a lot of pitches up, and I'm glad to see him get rewarded on a couple after getting a few of them caught.
And there's the coach for KCU coming to pull, Mr. Tucker Sorensen. He worked as well as anyone really has outside of Sam Gouge this weekend. But this lineup for the Lions is really just firing on all cylinders. There's really at this point no stopping them. So 14-4 lead. We're 5 1/3 innings through this game. And we're going to have a relief pitcher come in. And with that, we'll take a short break. Stay tuned for more baseball. Back for the bottom of the fifth still. New pitcher in for KCU.
We about had a flying laptop.
This one misses inside. Swung on over there to Garcia at second. Flips to first for the second out. Zach Pope on the mound for KCU through 17 2/3 of an inning, or 16 2/3 rather. He has a 3.78 ERA. Owen Naparowski at the dish. Catches the outside corner for strike number one. Right back up the gut. Going to catches Pope on the back foot on its way through. A two-out single there for Naparowski. Brings up Danny Marquez. If the score stays here, I mean, the Lions have scored football numbers the 3 games. 14 in game 1, 21 in game 2. No, it was 24 in game 2, and now 14 in game 3.
So 3 touchdowns and a field goal. That's not too bad. Offensive coordinator's position's in pretty good handing. Not a hot seat just yet.
Corked off the end of the bat for Marquez. Out 3 for KCU. So Zach Pope comes in, does his job, and sends us into the top of the 6th. 8-9-1 for KCU. Jacob Hamilton in the game. He's got a really good 1-2 punch, that fastball and changeup. Traditional wind-up guy. Glove over the head, in there for strike number 1. This one off the end of the bat by Myers, fouled off towards Dante Morton at the end of the dugout. I noticed into game 3 here that Morton's got his shorts on for this one, so I'm wondering if that hamstring injury's kind of nagging him.
Yeah, I heard from a good source, my roommate, that Dante's was done for the day after that backside single. I don't know if he did something like really bad to aggravate it or if it was just kind of biting him, but I know they kind of shut him down.
That makes sense.
No need to risk it in this.
No, absolutely not. It's good to kind of give him a little bit, just keep his eyes working, you know. Both he got a little bit of infield work yesterday and got an at-bat today, so just kind of keeping him fresh.
Yeah, I completely agree.
But, yeah, nothing willing to risk, especially this weekend. 3-2 pitch from Hamilton over there to Marquez at short. Fires to Cooper for out number 1. Brings up 9-hole hitter and catcher Max Moore. So the Lions are 5 outs away from taking the series sweep convincingly this weekend. Fastball misses outside. Moore fouls us off the front foot. Thank you for tuning in to this presentation of Bryan College Baseball. Grayson Whaley alongside John Broyles. It's been a fun weekend, JB.
Oh, I've had a good time. It's been a good day up here. You know, there sometimes where the wind got a little annoying, and probably will continue to do so. But hey, it's been a beautiful day for baseball nonetheless.
The 1-2 pitch from Hamilton into left field, and that gets down. Fair ball. Moore is thinking double, and the throw from left field not in time. So a leadoff for a one-out double, rather, for Max Moore. Puts a runner in scoring position for the Knights of KCU. You find a lot out about a team when they know they're last in the conference. They're down 14-4 and they're still battling.
Yeah, no, you gotta love that. Oh,
this one's sent to deep right field.
pinch hit.
And that one is on out of here. That's Shade Hutchinson, the senior catcher, coming in for the pinch hit 2-run bomb.
First pitch swinging on it, too. You got every stitch of that one.
That's really one of the first times Hamilton's ran into any trouble all season long. Got to get back in there with still an 8-run lead.
Yeah, just can't let that affect you. I mean, you just got to continue to look up at the scoreboard and say, we'll be all right. Just keep filling it up. I think that's that changeup right there. Struggling to kind of get that down. I think he spiked one, but other than that, it's kind of been leaving it up hanging.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, I hate to say this, but fastball misses outside, but Hamilton's success is going to be found when both of those pitches are working. He's got to have the changeup to complement the fastball for him to be successful.
Yeah, he's going to live around 84, 85-ish with the fastball. But when he's on, he's got that changeup working. And, you know, I still think he can find it right here. Just you know, just leaving it up a little bit.
There's a 3-0 fastball for strike 1. The 3-1 offering on its way. Fought off by Garcia. Shade Hutchinson came in there for Cole Thomason. So interesting play to put a pinch hitter for the top of the order. But again, you find out some stuff about guys when you put them in, give them their opportunity. Shade Hutchinson's sitting there wondering why he's not played all weekend long.
Pretty good introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full count, strike 3 is called. Naparowski will throw it around the horn.
Yeah, it was a really good pitch, and again, Owen did a really good job of kind of go out and getting that pitch, and you know, probably a little bit off if we're being completely honest, but again, Owen just does a really good job of presenting those pitches.
Exactly right. He's a heck of a catcher. Like I said, you don't lose anything with Owen Naparowski behind the plate. Fastball misses up to Jan Rivera. He had a home run earlier in this game. It's an 8-run ball game. Right now, our 8-run lead for the Lions in this ball game. Count is 2-0 to Rivera. Shot out to shallow right. Dryden out there in right now with Alex Rollins in center. Some defensive change. He catches it easily for the 3rd out. So heading into the bottom of the 6th, Lions still leading by 8. 14-6 is your score. Now batting for the Lions is Cade Cahoon. That fastball catches the outside corner. Zach Pope fires back-to-back fastballs in there for strike 2. The 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. It must be frustrating for KCU pitchers. They've thrown some good breaking stuff, and these Lions hitters are laying off of everything.
They're just not biting. Yeah.
It's been the narrative all weekend. Cade Cahoon, good friends with his buddy who plays right field most of the time for the Lions, Devin Ogg. Both come from Mott Community College in Michigan. They came down and started playing for us last year. This one is deep down the left field line and just foul. We've really enjoyed having both of those Michiganders on this team.
Yeah, I mean, they made a huge difference. I mean, I think Cade really came in last year, and again, he kind of won the starting job at shortstop for a while there, and you know, towards the end of the year he didn't play as much, but obviously this year he's putting he's making it awful difficult to take him out of the lineup.
Well, it was his offense that brought him out of the lineup. He's a really solid defender, but he just wasn't hitting the ball well last year, and he's hitting over 300, has 4 jacks on the year.
Yeah, I know last year one of the biggest things, and we kind of mentioned it earlier, it's like, they would make fun of like warning track power or anything like that, where like they're just saying like he's a guy who'll hit it hard. It's just not enough pop for the Bryan kind of way. And to his credit, he is really you can tell how much he's worked and really tried to grow into that game a little bit. And still the same hitter obviously, but he's just kind of adapted to it.
Yeah, him and Devin Ogg both.
Ooh.
As strike 3 is called. But him and Ogg both, struggled offensively last year in their opportunities. But now they're sitting over there both over 300 for the season and 11 combined home runs. So again, it's speaking to the fact that this team has really kind of gone through the growing pains necessary and is starting to make a difference.
Yeah, and if you're Kentucky Christian, or we kind of talked about this when we were playing Johnson, like you just got to look at it as like it's a huge learning opportunity. I mean, last year Bryan started the year ranked. Like we were expected to be that team. We were supposed to be like number 2 with Wesleyan, and we took it as an insult whenever Reinhardt got ranked in front of us. And then we came in the first part of the year we showed why we were not ahead of them, and we kind of dropped out of the rankings. But by the end of the year, they'd been through a lot together and kind of found themselves at the end of the year being the team that they wanted to be, and it's just nice to see a kind of a continuation of that.
Strike 2 called. Yeah, you're exactly right. There's a biblical principle called being tried by fire or tried through the trials of life, and it's almost like this team has really just kind of gone through the trials and tribulations of their growing pains last year and has come back significantly better. And that's typical for teams that are young and inexperienced. We lost guys like, with COVID, you had a lot of fifth-year guys that stayed.
Mm-hmm.
David Scoggins,
Wade Weinberger.
Yeah, Wade Weinberger, Jacob Justice, Scoot. All those guys stayed in the lineup, and it left a lot of the guys behind them kind of inexperienced. And that last year, I think it tried us, but
yeah, we're kind of used. Like one of the biggest things I saw, I was like, we kind of showed up to the park and just expected to win, because those teams they had enough talent to just kind of like show up and just kind of hey, we're better than you. And last year we kind of ran into the spot where we'd show up and
strike 3 called. Parker Cosby goes down on strikes, so back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Pope.
It was a little off to me, but that's okay. But yeah, no, like then last year we kind of learned from that, and eventually we got to the point where we found some success and we're able to use that this year. But kind of going back to like the Kentucky Christian and Johnson, like these are teams that are getting better, and they need to take away like getting punched in the face with 24 runs in a game is awful. Everyone that's played baseball has had an experience where you get sick of losing. But at the same time, like the only way you're ever going to make a meaningful, any meaning out of your games are if you go through this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching us last year, being up here in this booth, and us losing games that we had no business losing.
Yeah.
And it does something to you. But again, I think you can come out of it stronger. Rollins in the center field, and he'll have his at bat. It's banged out at first on a bang play. So good pitching there from Zach Pope. Goes 1-2-3 in the inning, and the score remains 14-6. Lions 3 outs away from taking a sweep this weekend. That'd be back-to-back weekends with series sweeps. Last week it was St. Andrews. And they're 3 outs away from sweeping Kentucky Christian University. Hamilton remains in the game, throws back-to-back changeups that Juniper spits on. Big swing there, fouls it off back behind Naparowski.
Tony, one of the most consistent players of the day is this win. You know, it was here. It showed up for work pre-game. It showed up for the first pitch of the game, and by goodness, we're top 7 of the last inning of these games. And you know what? It's still working its butt off.
Over to Kahuna second, and the hop plays him a little bit into the outfield. So tough break there for Hamilton and the Lions.
Yeah, I feel like you got to call that a single, but I'd love to see Cade kind of try to get that on him. You know, either on that first hop or just try to, you know, make some kind of catch on that. But it's easier for me to say that up here.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of got hung up in the middle, whether to take it on the long hop or try to come in for the short hop, and really it was just too close to him for him to be able to do anything with it. Oof. This one lifted to left field. Marucci, and Prince fights the sun and catches it for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that's one thing about Brad. We cannot give him enough credit about how he handles the sun here. Because I mean, you know, working in left field a lot here too, I can tell you that when the sun's out, I am miserable in left field, and sometimes you don't want the ball hit to you. But Brad seems to handle that sun very well, and you know, even over other teams that kind of come here and struggle with the same kind of thing, he really has learned how to play that field.
Yeah, that's another guy. Talk about improvement is a double play ball to Cahoon. The 4-6-3 double play. How about that to end the inning and to end the game? I was just going to talk about how Bradley Prince Jr. has improved in left field since last year to this year, but the double play cut me a little short. But how about that, JB? The series sweep for the Lions this weekend. They win this one 14-6. Your thoughts on this game?
Well, I mean, just a great series from Bryan. I mean, we kind of, again, I keep on touching back to Johnson. And coming into the series, you expect a sweep. And to credit to us, you know, every game we came out ready to play. We kind of a little sluggish that first game, kind of kept off balance. But we just, I mean, our hitters hit, our pitchers pitched. We kind of played solid baseball all around.
Absolutely, we sure did. Yeah, to me, it was just an impressive weekend all around. This Lions program is truly firing on all cylinders. They go 24-10 on the season. They improved their conference record to 15-3. And this game just all around, Lions were written all over it. But one thing, JB, let's talk about how KCU bounced back. I mean, they're through the kind of middle innings of the game. They proved that, you know, they still had fight in them. And, you know, I know they went down in pretty, you know, candid fashion this weekend. Mm-hmm. But, you know, for a team that's obviously last in the AAC to still kind of have that fight as they lull through this season, I think it speaks a lot to their program.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love it. It would have been so easy. You know, that first day, they lost in pretty brutal fashion. And they come up and the next day and they get punched in the mouth again. But that third game, I mean, again, it was anybody's ball game. Obviously, Bryan was still up for the majority of the game, but like they just kept on trying to find ways to get on base, get hits, and they had some better timely hitting, and obviously a few bombs never hurts anyone. But there are positives to find in Kentucky Christian, and you know this has got to be viewed as a learning experience. And I'm sure they're sick of hearing that when you're at the bottom of the conference. But you got to start somewhere, and starting somewhere where you're finding how to fight back and fight through adversity. I mean that's what baseball is going to be about. I guarantee you it'll help every single one of them.
Absolutely. And one thing to mention, just a positive for KCU, is they, to some degree, gave our pitchers fits.
Yeah.
Even, you know, guys like Moylan and Everett and Jacob Allman and, you know, Cam Harvey. Cam Harvey's the only one that really blew things by him. And he had 9 strikeouts on the day. But, you know, in the first game and the third game, I think they struck out 4 times in the first game of the series and 5 times in this game right in front of us. So, I mean, they're swinging the bat. I mean, they're putting balls into play. And here in this one, I think they had 10 hits. They only trailed us in the hit category by 1.
Yeah.
It's just they're not stringing things together. So, again, there's some bright spots. And, if you're a team, who cares about moral victories? But, again, I think for a coaching staff, you have to harp on some of the positive as you come and face a juggernaut like Bryan College this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole trust the process thing has been kind of burnt out by Philly, I guess. But, I mean, you got to look at it and just go, we're hitting, we're doing things the right way. We face a good team. Bryan is good. We're not just saying that because we're biased. They are a very good team. There's a reason why we're ranked. But timely hitting and hitting with runners in scoring position, or just finding ways to get that third out to finish an inning when you're struggling. That's stuff that you get better at with time. I mean, that's stuff you have to work through. You have to work through those innings where you just get absolutely punched in the face with 2 out hits and everything like that. And they're well on their way, and you just got to really trust in that and understand that it's a long game. Baseball is a difficult game.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is, and they still have season ahead of them, and they'll try to make a run in the conference tournament because at that point anybody can win on any given day, and as they move into that. But highlight some bright spots for the Lions today.
Well, I mean, first of all, you gotta mention Cade Cahoon. I mean, everything that he did today. I mean, I know in this last game I think he was only 1 for 3, but he had the 3 RBIs off the 3-run bomb, and it's just so great to see a guy that who's had struggles, who's had people comment on his style of baseball and not being in power, not having enough power, just really find something in his power and really reshape his game. Owen Naparowski, he again looked really good in both games. He went 3 for 3 before he got it pulled from that first game. And Danny Marquez, he's continued to swing well, and Daniel Dryden. I mean, I feel like I can just go through the entire list and find guys that did well. And you already mentioned from the pitching side, Cam Harvey looked great today.
Yeah, he certainly did. Yeah, and of course, it's hard not to mention Bryson Lofton, another 3 RBI day for him as well. He went 1 for 2 on the day with 2 walks. I mean, we talk about him so much.
I was trying to find someone else. You can't be player of the game all the time.
It almost feels old. It's like the old Mike Trout not getting MVP every year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're exactly right. Just really 1 through 9. There was only 1 hitter in the lineup today, in Bass Cooper, that didn't join the hit party. And so this weekend, I think all around it wasn't just Bryson Lofton that made the difference. In fact, I want to speak to that 8-9 hole, Danny Marquez and Cade Cahoon. And in games both yesterday and today, it's like when both of those guys were punching the ball, it really made a difference for the whole lineup.
Yeah, no, I mean, you look at it and you go like, well, you got to circle Bobo whenever you're looking at a lineup because you just see his stats and you go, we can't let that guy beat us. But at the same time, if you're scouting a team, you look at the guys you want to circle and say, we want these guys at the plate.
Yeah.
Like, these are the guys we want up. And, those 8-9 guys, those are the guys that get circled the most often, and they answer the bell every single time, especially today. I mean, just really great ABs from them all around, and they should be really proud of what they put forth.
Absolutely. The Lions go 3-0 this weekend. They sweep Kentucky Christian University. They improved to 24-10 and 15-3 in conference. Interesting to see what the poll will come out. That'll come out, I think, this week, JB. I may be wrong on that, but I think a new poll will come out this week. It'll be interesting to see if they move up. I'd venture to say they have to move up at least a couple spots. But regardless, any final thoughts, JB, before we head out?
Just another great day at the park. Wind was definitely a little interesting, but hey, Bryan showed up to play, and hey, it's awful nice. It's easy to rest and go into a week of practice whenever you're putting forth 14 runs, 11 runs, 24 runs. That's just it's a good week for baseball.
Absolutely is. For Grayson Whaley and John Broyles, thank you for tuning in to this exclusive presentation of Bryan College Baseball. We appreciate your viewership so much. We will see you, I guess, next weekend against Columbia International. That'll be the final home series in conference, and then we'll wrap up with a game against Tennessee Wesleyan that following Tuesday. But for this one, the Lions sweep. Thank you for tuning in. God bless. Have a great rest of your weekend.